and got a taste of what the public eye thinks of the cartographers. A mixed bag at best. It seems that the nature of your work is quite controversial, inspiring, and fearful all the same. Getting to the High Capital, you captured a first-hand glimpse of the Shireguard elite among the icons of Zula, and it seems like they're finally being mobilized to defend the Inner Kingdom, where you find yourselves now, at the mouth of the Hall of the Inquisition, about to head in to show them the fruits of your perilous labor. And you did see there was a patrol or two that you imagine are the type that look like cartographers themselves. A ragtag band of strange-looking individuals from all walks of life that seem to be reporting their own findings that are moving in and out of the building. And to reiterate, this place is extremely busy. Almost as busy as the High Capital itself, with everyone clumped up to get a glimpse at the highly coveted elite in their strolls towards the walls. There's you can see noblemen and what appears to be lore keepers with large packs that are filled to the brim with parchments, various trinkets for various natures of study, and a variety of tomes that seem to take up the bulk of their book bags as they quickly hurry in and out and converse with one another. It seems like they're reporting new findings. And that would bring us to the party, standing at the mouth of this grandiose hall.
I have a question.
Okay.
Are we assuming that we talked about this beforehand, because we had a thread, or are we going to talk about it beforehand now?
So, we're
good question.
literally just like right in the moment now. Like you just saw the parade. You're right in front of the Inquisition. So our out of that thread is an out of character discussion. So your characters really have yet to lay down everything and get a game plan organized. And it seems to be the best time to do so before you walk into the gate of the Inquisition.
Right. Okay.
I also had a question. Our team was designated 25 or 26?
26.
26.
You are cartographer patrol 26.
I didn't even know we had a number. Okay.
Number 26.
It's fuzzy. You would be able to recall that from like you're still retrieving memories. It's a rather minor fact, but that does imply that there's quite a few other patrols out there.
At least 25 others, at least.
So as we're approaching the door, Nachiro will speak up. I think we should talk about what exactly we're going to discuss with them.
We told them exactly what we were supposed to do. We managed to find the star cartographer, and he gave us a gift that is soulbound to us. Along with any other findings that we made on our journey.
Yeah.
Yes. But also, shouldn't we... I mean, I know that at least, like, I have some need of some resources if we're going to go out again. And, well, resources are things that we don't exactly have.
Yes.
Correct.
Jam
Perhaps
lost
we
2 of
should-
his nets after all.
Who is this Jim? They only know of Mercs.
I'm sorry. Oh, God. Mierks lost 2 of his nets after all. That's just out of character. That's the second time I've done that.
Yep.
Dang it.
If you guys want, we can start writing down the shopping list now.
Well, yeah, I suppose we should at least have some inkling of what we need.
Does anybody have a pen and paper?
I suppose,
Garvon will rummage in his pack. I think I have something in here. Let me check.
like, if you had the proper parchment, I have ink and quill, so...
Yeah, I've got
I think it can be assumed that, like, several people on our party are spellcasters or spellcasting adjacent. Like, we should have paper and
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's,
actually, yeah.
that's a given.
Yeah, I actually have a writing kit, so I have some folded parchment in mine, so
Great.
I can write it down.
Your penmanship's probably better than mine, Daggy.
All right.
Spellcasters get some catalysts, and the rest of us gets equipment that we just need in general.
Okay, so what exactly do we need? I know I have powerful spells, but one of them needs a diamond that's worth at least 50 gold. So I'll put that on there. What else do we need?
I got punched by a really big guy, and it made me realize this armor does not do. Something a bit heavier.
So better armor for Mayarks?
I have a rather specific request. An acorn gilded with gold. You see, that is required for one of my spells.
Okay, gilded acorn.
Oh, let's not forget Obosh.
Yes, a petition for Obosh.
Very
If
important.
he's found, we don't know where he's gone.
If we do find him, I have a couple people that can help him out.
Okay. Suppose myself as a spellcaster may need some better protection, just as precaution. Gerban, Rin, do you need anything?
Let's see. Well, I would like to be able to do more with sampling things out there. There's so many of the things we ran into. If I was worried if I touched it, it would start merging with our equipment. We should probably also ask for observationals, spy glasses,
Okay.
the things to to capture pictures of what's out there. I find myself to be most inadequate at just describing it with words.
Does anybody have any skills in painting?
I was going to
No.
ask if Gearbon was any good at drawing.
I could do technical diagrams, sort of.
Okay, we'll take that as a no.
And also, I suppose a kit to collect samples. Say that.
I suppose
Rin?
access.
No, Gearbon, go ahead.
Oh, I suppose a mind where you and Nishira need mechanical components. For me, it's more about formulas and theories. So any spell, any scrolls or books would be very, very useful. Just to be able to read and copy them.
Okay, if they're willing to give us
Or they
access
can grant me
to better
access.
spells, yeah. Access
Yeah.
to better spells. Spells and formulas, I'll say.
Okay, I'm trained in armor as well. Medium armor maximum, but it's not a priority, but I would also like armor.
Just put an X2 next to that one.
Yeah. We'll say better armor for Mariarks and Nishira. Say better protection.
Yeah, we need to be able to see trouble coming. So spy glasses will be lifesavers for us out there.
Okay. Rin, you're the only one who hasn't put anything on the list. Do you need anything?
A pearl and a gemstone, each roughly worth a sizable value. The pearl so I can identify items out in the field, and the gemstone to create a homunculus.
There are
Is
plenty
there-
of noblemen leaving the town. I feel like we could not exactly con them out of something, but definitely get something out of them.
Well, it's different when it comes to spell. It has to be at least worth the monetary value of the spell. If I'm correct, the spell identified, the pearl needs to be worth at least 100 gold pieces.
Does it need to be one pearl, or could it be like 10?
Well, it only says a pearl worth 100 gold. Did the gemstone have any particular monetary value?
Which one?
Equal to the pearl.
Okay, so also 100 gold. Okay. So, well, since we have quite the sizable list, is there anything else we're missing?
We
Rope.
might be asked to prioritize, so maybe we should do that now so we're not fighting amongst ourselves in the chamber.
Well, we'll say definitely prioritize the armor.
For Merrick's, not for
Um,
me. For me, I would prioritize my spellcasting.
yes.
I
So,
would say the spyglasses benefit all of us. We need
mhm,
the more time we can buy by spotting things from far away. I think that
yes,
is,
I
I
agree.
assent to into prioritizing the spyglass above all else.
Yes. And, well,
as well as allowing ourselves to observe things from far away.
When you're done with that list, can you, give it to me? This is probably not going to work, but I have a lot of experience with noblemen. I know how to speak to them.
do.
I worked for Strauss in the town for many years. He's a dick, but it's beside the point. Worked as a
Alright,
scribe as well.
I'm gonna roll
You were a
insight.
scribe?
For Strauss, he was very lazy.
What does a 14 on insight get me? Does it seem like he's being truthful in what he says?
You wouldn't pick up any signs of deception.
Would I see like Dagny scrutinizing him, basically?
You can see Dagny is giving a squinted look towards Mirks, but more than
Dagny,
that,
I know that you believe Merrick's to be a bit immature, but I think it's best to trust him in this. You've been a guard for a while, right, Merrick's?
He attempted to. I was in training to be a guard, but never made it to that level.
Well, regardless, if you say you're good at this, I wouldn't expect you to try to, you know, do anything that would put us in a bad position.
Uh, either way, just takes a quick look at the list. My father might be able to handle the armor if that is not capable. He is a smith.
Oh, a noble profession then.
Depending on...
Do tell how you're going to convince these noblemen to assist us.
Well, we are quite valuable to them. We have a thing that is connected to us and only us. Proof that the person that they sent us after is real and more information on where we should go.
That doesn't answer my question. What is the process in which you will convince them? Are you going to ask for their autographs? Perhaps invite them to run along the rooftops with you?
No. Noblemen? No, they are lazy and barely wish to even move in general. The most you can do is kiss up and maybe talk to them. General, just niceties work well.
Well, these are the Inquisition, aren't they? So, are they really just normal noblemen?
Probably direct confrontation would be best, just telling them what we need and why we need it.
Yes, I believe that emphasizing our importance, comparative to other groups, might get us what we need.
Well, we do have
Fine
this,
then.
just teleporting the orb to us.
Also, a lesson that my father told me: make sure to insert a reference to future returns. What we might do for them, how giving us this material might pay off in later dividends.
I think saving the
Well-
world would be good enough to do that one, but probably start a little lighter than that.
Something concrete, maybe. Saving the world is very broad, especially if
Yeah.
they're as you pay.
Very well. I'll leave the brown nosing to all of you.
Fred now.
My specialty. Just a quick smirk.
Well, better than you than me. Oh boy.
Just kind of stretches a little bit. Time to get my head up their ass so hard that they give us what we want. Oh, maybe I could sniff it out. Alright. Do you think we are ready?
Well, we
Yes.
seem rather assured in what we're going to say. I have confidence that we'll get what we need.
Do not be afraid to inputs, just make sure I get the final word. Not in a competitive sense, more of a make sure they understand that it's, like, coming from all of us, not just me. We are a group.
Yes, indeed. I'll do my best to help.
Do you have magic? Make my tongue a little bit more silver?
Do I? I don't think so.
Do you have enhance ability?
No, that's like a second or third
Oh
level
yeah,
spell.
I do have an enhance ability, except I don't have it prepared like an
Fuck!
idiot.
Well,
Hate to see it.
well.
But yeah.
Is there any water nearby?
Oh, yes. I mean, you can see here, this is a balcony that goes to that moat that surrounds the official pillar. And
Gonna quickly
well,
just.
it's again, like, it's a good like 100-foot drop to the actual water itself, but it's
Oh.
nearby.
Shit. Well, is there any paintable water?
You would have to take a slight detour, as you can see, is detailed in the background art. Like, there is a waterfall that leads over, so yes, you can get to it.
I'm going to wash my face and hands look a little bit more presentable, not gruffed up by floating dirt.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Ugh. I'm just gonna.
And I
Get
presume
water
you're
on
going over there and doing so.
Yeah, just gonna quickly slick my hair back and wash my face a little bit, hands, and not look so fucking dirty and gruff.
Yeah.
If you have any tears in your clothes, I will mend them.
You just see one massive one on his back as he got fucking crushed by rocks.
Yeah, okay. I mend the tear. Takes about a minute.
Rex is dunking his hands into this stream and is splashing his face, and his hair slicks back with the setting sun reflecting nicely into it. Kind of has like that slicked wet look, which, well, I guess that could pass as more presentable compared to your more rugged demeanor given your recent scuffle with the monster at the walls. And you would be simultaneously making him a little bit more presentable in terms of his clothes, fixing the scuffs and tears in the leather. While you're doing this, you can see there's, passing by this noble-looking woman who seems to have finished a nearby conversation, passes by, and she looks back and looks forward again and does kind of a double take and would stop, and gives this visibly disgusted look towards Mirks, who's in mid-bath, as she would say. Ugh.
I'm not in the water, just washing my face.
I know, you're up towards the edge of it, but you're still, like, dipping your hands into it. She has this disgusted look on her face. Ugh, what are you doing? So uncivilized, really?
Do you know of a better place, ma'am?
Washrooms abundant if you have the right place to get into the right areas. What kind of question is that? You're washing in the falls. I understand that it's tough times, but come now.
There's nothing cleaner than fresh water.
Oh, that's where you're mistaken. Some of the finest basins in the High Capital are among the most pure water ever. This is runoff. You don't look the nobleman type. What is this place coming to? Just kind of continues her demeaning words as she wanders off, seemingly kind of snubbing her nose away from you, thinking of you as ruffians.
So she's walking away right now?
Yes.
Yeah, as she's walking away, I'm gonna use prestidigitation to make her smell like she just farted.
Yeah, you can see that she is well on her way, shaking her head, and then she kind of takes a half step that ends in a shudder, and you can see her shoulders tense up, and she goes, "Ah! Ugh,
Yeah, I'll
wretch."
by the way, I'll combo that with a thaumaturgy sound of like a loud fart coming from right from her butt. There we go.
She spins around and she looks around bewildered with this shocked look on her face. There was two other older men who were sitting on a bench who get a full view of this and are well within earshot, and one of them kind of snickers to themselves and then was just kind of like kind of averts his eyes to not look like
My
he's laughing.
goodness, my lady. You
Yeah.
talk and you call us ruffians.
She would stomp her heel onto the marble and would tense up her fists. Ugh! I don't have time for you! Storms off with great purpose.
I'm gonna do a quick intelligence, just a general intelligence on knowing whether or not that was my friends. Just
It was.
alright. It's not bad. It was nice one.
I mean, it was pretty plain to see like the components required to cast those. Like you know it was them, especially with how Dagny spoke up about that. And the two dudes on the bench, by the way, you can see one of them kind of gives a smile and a approving nod to you guys.
Kind of give him a wink as I start to head towards the hall.
Perfect.
Nashira doesn't I mean, Nashira knows what happened, but she's kind of like regards the situation with kind of like a blank look before she looks at Mirix. Well, at least the Inquisition won't know that you bathed in the quote unquote runoff, but I think you look cleaner.
He at least seemed presentable, and also is definitely not runoff. It's too fresh. She is just a wench at most, a bitch at best. But
Yeah, the water was pretty clean. You imagine just by her very high standards, she considered it runoff to try to further degrade you. But you are much cleaner and much more well presented, having taken the time to clean yourself up.
all right, with this head off, I think I am ready.
All right. And with that, if there are no other actions from anyone, you would proceed forward, head up the large set of steps, and would enter the Hall of the Inquisition proper.
As we enter, Nashira places a shoulder on Mirix and she gives him guidance.
A shoulder on Mirix. You're just shoving your shoulder on my shoulder.
No, I mean a hand on Mirix's shoulder. I'm sorry. Wow, did I really just misspeak that hard?
I just imagine you just ram into me. Just there you go.
No, she put a hand on his shoulder. I don't know how I just misspoke that hard, but
Shoulder on the shoulder. The old shoulder. All right.
Stepping into the Hall of the Inquisition is like stepping into a different world altogether. Make no mistake, in the complexion of the outside building had that divine architecture and a bit of that glow as seen in the pillar at the center of the Capitol. This interior is a prismatic display, and every grandiose chandelier, every tall glass-stained window, every ray of light emanating from the two have almost this prismatic complexion to them, and it almost gives an air of a divine, highly master-crafted interior. There are torch sconces that have certain flames that have a waviness to them that you haven't necessarily observed in torches before, as if they've been treated in some way, or the flames have some sort of elegance to them that isn't quite found in your typical lodge of fire. And the people moving in and out are in quite the stir. There's no shortage of busyness, and it appears that this is one of the busiest places of the busiest areas of Highshire. It seems like information is more important now than ever before. There's a few oddballs that stick out from the more philosopher and nobleman looking crowd. People that are not too unlike yourselves, who have full worn gear on, or have just a general appearance to them that makes them stick out. strange weapons or very oddly colored robes. It seems like there are people from all walks of life that are finding their way in here, even ones that don't necessarily look like they should be here. You presume that these oddballs out are probably within the cartographer movement, or perhaps have some revelation that they wish to share with the Inquisition. It's not just the noblemen here. It seems like they've opened their gates to anyone who has anything helpful in terms of information.
Have I been
And-
here before with Strauss?
Here, no.
Okay.
You've been into the interior. You know that his domain is not too far from here, and it's perfectly reasonable to assume that he may be here as well, given his nature of work.
Oh no.
You would know that further up ahead there is a large set of what is essentially reception desks where you can call in and schedule whatever you need to inquire or to set up appointments, or if you're a cartographer, to report in and thus complete the tasks that were set before you. You would know that is the way forward.
Kieran, can you do me a favor?
And what would that be?
Can you hold my trident? If I'm going to look the parts, noblemen don't like weapons.
Fine.
I appreciate
I'll
it.
take it, open up my bag, and just slide the trident into a comparatively smaller bag.
Magic always amazes me. Like, Murex notably, like, stiffens his back, is normally, like, slouched position, just puts one hand on the back of his belt and just kind of... the reception is waiting.
You're straightening yourself out and making yourself as presentable as possible.
Exactly.
And you're marching off to the reception.
Yep.
Just give me a general charisma roll to see how well you are presented at a second's notice.
Ability. Hey! Let's
Pretty
add,
good.
add a D4 to
Nice.
that.
You've taken a few notes from Strauss, and you know how to play the part. And you're not necessarily a stranger to impressing a crowd anyways. With quick thinking and straightening yourself out, correcting your walk, and with fixed hair, cleaned off, and newly repaired and untarnished armor, you look quite presentable, even for someone in armor. And you would head forth. There's quite a few desks, and each and every one of them, the stalls, the booths you could say, are occupied, as there is a stream of people heading in and out. Tomes and parchments and equipment being exchanged, returned, given out. It is busy. There's a stall that happens to be over to the right that only has one or two people in front of you. And within a short amount of time, these people seem to be dropping off tomes of their own, checking out, and quickly hurry off, leaving you open to report in. And there-
Sir or madam?
Madam.
Madam, we are cartographer number 26. We have words on our mission.
Oh, a patrol! Excellent! I hope that there'd be more of you coming back. I trust that the perils outside of there were no match for you.
How many have reported back so far?
Oh, let's see. Of the 137 cartographer patrols, I don't have the metrics, but probably less than a third we've heard from in any capacity, let alone coming back.
Kind of
I
looks
could-
to the rest of the party.
I could be mistaken. It has only been a few days. Surely that they're well chosen. And seeing you're here, well, you have good news for us, I hope.
Very good news.
Very good news.
Might I have your names?
Murex. Murex Battlesmith.
Mirks.
Jack.
Oh, you are one of those Governor Strauss. You are one of his one of his associates.
No longer. I outgrew him.
Oh well, he is nearby. He might be able to get get down to business with him. I'm
Does-
sorry, sweet. What was your name?
My name? Dagny Silverhide.
Silverhide. All right. The rest of you?
Nashira.
Rin.
Shira, Rin. Surnames? Any?
I'm not at liberty to give mine, but you should be able to find me on the list.
Right.
I have none.
Nice.
Gervon Sotkins.
All right. And how many casualties?
None.
None. Surprisingly.
A full patrol.
Well,
Look at you.
I mean,
Oh.
there was
We don't-
one possible, but he was not a part of this patrol. He was an outlander.
Oh, I'm sorry. He would not likely be on our records. Let me check a few things. She is an older lady and has kind of oversized glasses that are sliding off her nose that she would quickly push up with a sniffle. And she spins around, and there's a bunch of strange-looking, almost like stones, tablets that seem to be floating above a series of books, parchments, and checklists. And she would lay a hand to one floating, and it would glow vibrantly, and you'd see a shoot of light go straight up, and you can't really see where it goes. It seems to be going somewhere else out of the booth. And there's a soft ring that echoes through all of the hall, and there's a bit of a flutter from all the chandeliers. And she would turn back to all of you. If you would just head down the hallway there, we're gonna have someone debrief you, I suppose. I think that's the word. You'll have to forgive me. It's been such a long day, and there's so much to do. But it's good to see our cartographers are coming back. I was beginning to have my doubts personally.
One more thing. If you see Strauss, can you ask him to meet us where we will be staying, either there or at the exit?
You would see that there's a similar flash of light that comes from the top of the booth down and would shudder into the stone that she touched, and she looks over her shoulder and giggle. Well, with that, you'll be able to tell that himself.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes. He'll be with you in a moment. Anyways, she's giving you a dismissive hand motion because there's already 3 to 4 people behind you as that short interaction went through.
Yeah, we'll start going in the direction that she pointed.
You're heading down a hall here that's less populated, and there is a similar offshoot of different noblemen that are seemingly coming in and out of a series of doors. And you can see there's a bunch of offices and offshoots that go into various areas that have a whole nature of different things in them at a second glance. There's large, intricate creations of some arcane nature through most, though the nature of which, as far as their function is concerned, is hard to determine at a second glance. There's a number of elliptical machines with strange fixated crystals attached to them, floating runes hovering and moving through the air over books and parchments that seem to have their own glowing runes etched into them that are interweaving with one another. And you can see what appears to be accomplished arcane mages that are moving them around as if to shuffle information in a almost magical, mystical manner. And you would continue, and there's a very large set of double doors coming up on your left. And you're about 20, 30 feet off where you hear a large wooden clunk as there's a hefty mechanism on the other side of these wooden doors. Definitely metal, steel. These set of locks that release, and these thick doors open outwards. And there is a set of footsteps as an older-looking individual would come into eyeshot. And, of course, Mirks, you would immediately recognize the old stern gaze of Governor Strauss himself.
Ah, friend.
Oh, Mirks. Been a while, has it not?
A couple of years, give or take.
Cartographer now. I didn't take you to be the type. And I presume that, given the size of your friend circle here, you're among one of the larger ones.
Uh, I have no information on how big the other groups were. All I know is we all lived, which is nice.
Oh, there's been quite a tizzy as far as the cartographer patrols go, but that is information not for you. Please come inside and we can get further situated. And he would motion you into this large room. It looks like a chamber.
Alright, let us go. Is
Everyone
there
would
drinks ready for us, or is that not available? Not ale, I mean like tea.
Strauss kind of gives a glare over his shoulder. Oh, we keep the drinks separate from our work. We don't want tea stains on the parchments.
That is very fair, and very smart, actually.
He would beckon you inside to this chamber, and there's a very large circular table in the center of this room that has a coalition of different gems and foci and different doodads that seem to be built into it. There's a series of floating rings that are in the center of the room above the table that seem to be floating and encompassing one another, a bunch of different sizes. You can see with the way this contraption is built, it bears some resemblance to the arcing rings of Helios's valleys. And that kind of imagery is pretty common along the structures of the insides of these halls, and especially in this room. You can see that they take a lot of inspiration from there, as Strauss could proceed to the far side of the room where there's a large table. There's a depiction of Zula behind him, set in stone, and he would flip a few parchments and gets a few things scribbled down. And to each of the four corners of the room, standing almost as still as statues, you don't even notice them at first, given everything there is to look at. There are, in fact, 4 Shire Guard elite that are positioned in this room. And Strauss would come forward as everyone files in, taking in the sights. 26. All right. Designation under no restrictions. Finding out about the Startographer. I see. Ah, yes. All right. Well, given you're here, I imagine you have something to report. Out with it.
Just sorry for bringing out a weapon in this place, but he gave us a signature and a device of some kind.
I'm gonna stop you there. Who exactly are you referring to?
The
Startographer, sir.
yes.
You found the start. Are you sure? We only sent you to investigate evidence of his existence. You're telling me you actually found someone who claimed to be him?
I mean, like came
Not
with the
claimed to
signature.
be, he was the Startographer, is the Startographer.
How can you be sure?
Teleport device to hand. Start charging. It will take an
He
hour.
gave us, yes, he gave us this.
Strauss stares at it for a long while, and you can see his unmoving, stoic expression kind of get a bit of a jolt. He would then look over each of you to one of the Shire Guard elite in the corner and would give a quick hand motion. And you see the Shire Guard give a quick nod, goes over towards the door, and would lay a hand to it, and it quickly closes with a very loud clunk, and you hear a variety of locking mechanisms secure that thing. It's a sturdy door, and that is the only way in and out, and he just locked you all in.
I have
What do you have for me here?
As I said, it was going to take an hour to charge, but
Charge. What? You need to slow down.
It's a map, a globe, if you will.
It's a map of everywhere and nowhere all at once. It shows us exactly where we are, and well, several. What'd you say? 100 mile radius.
Yes.
I mean,
Let's establish a timeline. you set out onto your division, and from what I have detailed by the scouts, you had headed southbound. And at some point, you then found the Startographer, and he gave you a wondrous device, and simply what then? He dismissed you. He arranged a deal.
There's something prior to that. Apparently, we went through a device of some kind to make this in some way. Just looking to the others for approval. Just, is that how you would put it?
I suppose. We were placed in this device, and it essentially bound us, part of us, into this device. And the price we paid was somewhat of a gap in our memory.
Since we took the job, basically?
Strauss is staring the party down, and there is a flash of panic in his eyes as he's trying to formulate an opinion on all of this.
Can I roll insight on him?
What are you inciting?
Like, I just want to see what kind of emotion he's giving right now.
All right, go ahead and roll.
9.
Hard to tell, but it seems like he's having a hard time collecting himself.
I realize it is a lot to process, sir, but it is quite the truth.
I actually have a question, Strauss. Are you the one that we are supposed to be debriefing with?
Not
Good lord,
anymore.
Mayor.
That's... oh no.
Why don't you put that device in the center console of the table? Let's start with that.
Just kind of looking around. Okay. Just gonna shove it in.
You would put the cartographer core onto the center of the table. And there is a light up of runes on this table, and there's a bunch of moving parts, as if the table was made of a series of variously interlocked rings of varying size. And you can see that the floating rings above would suddenly align themselves, and they create this ethereal field that seems to enrapture the cartographer core in some form of aura. And as soon as this light would hit the core shines bright as a star, and the entire room is enveloped in blinding white light. And it's very difficult for anyone to see anything. You hear
I
the
just kind of like instinctively blocking her eyes.
Yeah, same.
Blink, blink. Ah.
Continue.
Go ahead.
No, that was just
You hear the footsteps of Strauss going over towards his desk, and you can see him move a few things, but it's hard to see exactly what he's doing. And after a while, those rings would break their alignment, and that field of aura would raise higher up into the room off of the cartographer core, and it would go back to its dormant state. And those rings continue to encircle the aura, and you can see a few specks of this bluish energy that was coalescing in the aura kind of hit this parchment that he has on his desk in a very specific frame, as if it's projecting a report. Strauss would get this parchment, would let it effectively cool and burn itself into the pages, and he's staring at it for a very long time. He puts both his palms to the table, and his focus is locked on this paper for a long while, and he's not really saying anything or doing anything.
Have I seen him do this before?
No.
Oh.
Can I
He's usually
try to
quite
see what's on the paper?
You would have to walk over. I assume you're going to do so.
Yeah, Shira's gonna get up and like try to like look, like kind of, she's gonna be very, very hesitant and like try to like, you know, like look over without getting too close to him.
Yeah.
He isn't even breaking his stare from the parchment. He puts a hand for you to stay where you are. Are you gonna keep going or are you gonna stay?
Sir, I ask what it is that you're looking at. Whatever it is, it concerns us too.
A moment would pass. Oh, my cartographer friends. This wondrous bauble you have brought here to our capital is channeling enough energy to level all of civilization as though it were wheat in a field. Channeling a type of energy which has yet to be named by High Shiric science.
Ah, so we have gunpowder in our hands. Great.
You have more than what is the equivalent of gunpowder. This device is baffling, and I'm at a loss.
I think
Um,
this proves
The
that we met the
technology the
cartographer.
Startographer had was, in my estimation, well beyond what Highshire has access to.
Greatly.
I concur.
And he didn't even want to share it.
No.
If it helps, the Startographer did make clear he is not an enemy. He is seems interested in having us be alive.
He seems interested in us helping the world.
Yes.
Why he gave this to us.
The words of an enigmatic figure are met with skepticism even under the best of circumstances. What we have here, this is going to require the top of the Inquisition, I'm afraid. This is far beyond my level of expertise. The least we can do while preparing for further interrogation is to establish a timeline. Please, explain to me your steps or processes and where you exactly went. You claim this to be a map? Can you illustrate your travels?
We can illustrate the way back, but again, we do not remember anything between then and before we left.
Nothing?
That
As
absolutely
I said,
nothing.
as I said before, sir, the Startographer used a device to soul bind us to this core, and to pay the price, we lost a severe gap in our memory.
Are you sure that's all you lost?
I
Are you
mean,
sure that's all that's been changed in your minds? Are you sure that your heads are only occupied by you? This is not anything to be taken lightly. You've come to the capital.
We understand that, sir. But we are just as perplexed as you are. He gave us a device that, with the hope of helping to save this planet and find out what caused Zula to cry out.
let us charge it, and you can see
You
a...
will do no such thing. This device is poorly understood even by you.
Sir, it is a map, nothing more, nothing less. Although there
map
was...
does not require the energy needed to erase Highshire from existence should it be tapped incorrectly. This, I'm afraid, is beyond me. I have to report this immediately.
It,
You can
Stress.
see he's already turned. There's a similar floating rune on a stone that is on his desk that he would lay a hand towards. He makes contact with an open palm, would inscribe a specific rune, and you see a similar flash of light go directly upwards to the top of the room and would seemingly enter a foci, and this light carries out elsewhere out of the room. And he puts a hand to his face and kind of looks towards the ground a bit.
My friend.
How do you all feel?
How do we feel?
Mhm.
I feel fine.
I'm okay.
Strauss, my friend, I have more news. We have other stuff to do with this.
Nix, you've been a headache to me before, but this... I'm going to
Sir,
be
we were
writing-
trying to get to that point.
I'm going to be writing paperwork for the next week.
You have you have scribes for that. Either way, there is a thing that left the planet, and another thing that came when
I
it left.
beg your pardon?
We need to charge that to show it to you.
You will do no such thing.
Just hands up. I have used
The
it
start-
before.
We have used it before. It doesn't do anything but show a map and the image that we need to show you.
You do not know the extent of this machine that you brought here. This is not just a... It can't be. Unless I'm mistaken. No, what
It
you
is-
brought here, no one truly can understand. It seems like your memories and sense of mind are altered. You can't truly know that. You can't truly know anything.
And
The Startographer entrusted us with uh, evidence of things involving the cataclysm. It is stored within this device.
What other secrets did he lay with you?
The thing that came from another planet and the thing that left, which is
And
imaged
which
on that
is-
thing, as if a painting.
we have information on the fallen star?
not just
have
the fallen
information on-
star.
On a location.
You can see he's sweating a little bit.
I assume that was not what you wanted to hear.
This is, don't get me wrong, this is revolutionary, but you've put so much on the table, I'm not sure where to begin, or if the information you claim to have is even... we will begin with a psychiatric evaluation.
Strauss, I have never done you wrong before.
I am not going to reply to that statement. We are going to take things from the top. If there are things in your head, which evidently there is if you claim to have a loss of memories, then we can't trust any of the information that you claim to have. A little too convenient, what did you say?
We also
We
have
lie
another
about something
one.
like this.
I'm not claiming that you're lying willingly.
Dagny, hold up. We have another person that was with us. That did not go through or lose any of his memories.
Are you, did you lose one in the patrol? I was told in the report that you all made it back.
He was
Not-
an outlander, sir.
Not a startographer. Or not a cartographer.
A guide
And-
and a friend.
An outlander helped you.
Yes.
Discover the secrets to saving the world.
No,
well,
he
he
did
helped us find the location of the startographer.
Out of the goodness of his heart?
not. Out of a wanting to come back to the city.
He's a half-orc named Odbash. He was forced into exile, sir.
Oh gosh. A surname?
Did we get one?
I don't think so.
No idea, sir. But the last
No, we
part
did.
we left him.
Thorogu how? Thorogu how? Thorgar how?
Pronounced Throghow.
Throghow.
But yeah, you would articulate that back to him. Throghow. You can see him copy that down. We'll run a report. Anything else?
Weird magic skulls that made an entire tower float.
Okay, weird magic skulls.
At which point, the stone that I had grabbed from the tower, is it still glowing?
Barely.
Is it still floating?
It feels very light in the hand, but it does have some weight to it now.
Yeah, I would pull that rock out and show it to Governor Strauss. This
what-
was something that we found from the incident with the floating tower.
The floating tower. How is this tower connected? Was this part of the startographer?
Well, upon using that device to soul bind us, it apparently affected something in the magical field. It created a magical storm, sir. It happened to pass over us, and whatever latent magic was in that storm caused the tower to break apart and float away.
You're telling me that surge in the sky had to do with your actions?
No,
It seemed to be a natural phenomenon.
Indirectly.
not
But-
directly caused by us. Just Dagny, no.
It seemed to be a natural phenomenon that we stumbled upon. The startographer warned us of it and sent us ahead of the storm so that we would arrive safely. Was very invested in us delivering the information to you.
All right. Anything else?
I suppose we, the creatures we had encountered at the tower, there was one that had possessed a shield guardian of Highshire.
A shield guardian.
Yes.
Yes, there's a shield guardian miles and miles away from Highshire. Might you have any idea what might have caused that?
Did
Well,
one
I
of
can-
the noblemen leave the inner circle?
The interior is where they dwell. They're a line of defense. For one to be further than that is out of protocol. I'll have to investigate it, but as far as it becomes that report, I'm not at liberty to disclose that to you. But I will write that. I'm running out of parchment. Anything else?
Do you need me to get you
Yeah.
more?
I'm
The-
going to place my journal on the desk for him to take and say, within these pages is the descriptions of the creatures and events we have encountered on our return trip to Highshire. What we have learned.
Ah, documentation. Good, my hand was starting to cramp.
But yeah, just to clarify, it's pretty much information about the Startographer, what his place looked like, the fish that almost ate Mirix, the storm, the nerve elementals, the eye. Pretty much, everything that we encountered, I scribbled down and made notes of. I would actually have physical notes to show you, but Google deleted them, or Windows deleted them.
Vin?
They were all I didn't realize it deleted all of it?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Control S.
Damn.
Oh.
Yeah, Rin, it would have been helpful to start with that.
Well, it's a little late. We're getting to it now.
Yes.
It is fine.
All right.
Well,
Okay. Okay. I can work with this. Well, this is more than I bargained for when I was put in this position. I don't
Love
know
you,
what to make of
Strauss.
this. Mix. You're always a pain in my ass.
It's happy to be so.
Well, it's a pain in our ass now, sir.
Yes, I'm sure he's had no shortage of that for you. In any case, and he's about to continue, and you would hear the strong lock mechanism on the door undo itself, and the doors would open on their own. And
I would stand as
the-
they open.
at the gate, there would be 2 additional Shire Guard Elite that are fronted by 1 man between the 2 of them. Mirx, you would recognize him instantly. Captain Garrison has come forth.
Why are all my old professors coming to greet me? God damn it.
Well, we look for familial lines. I don't know how the Inquisition works. Mirx, you son of a bitch. What'd you do now?
I apparently brought a bomb into the city.
I hope that's a joke. I was sent to retrieve you.
No, not according
Yeah,
to.
it's not a bomb.
it's not a bomb. It's a map.
All right, well, cool. Let's get down to the center manifold, and we'll take care of the rest of whatever we're doing. I'm just here to escort you guys.
Do we need to be bound?
We're not-
Hopefully not. I wasn't
Thank-
told to place any of you under arrest, but if you're bringing bombs in here, I don't know.
No. It's a map. It's a map. Just pointing at a friend who said map. Map.
And it's only a metaphorical bomb. He's starting to pick up analogies and practice them.
Yerevan.
Mirix, make a persuasion roll.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I can get a +4 to that. 18. Guidance.
Garrison's just kind of nodding along with it. Yeah. I get it. Humor to ease the nerves. Yeah, after all, you went into Death Valley and came out untouched. I knew I trained you right. All right, time's ticking. Let's go.
I'm just going to lead the way, kind of still trying to a little bit more slouchy because he's kind of forgetting about his position, but just trying to be proper.
You would see as you're leaving, Strauss and two of the Shire Guard are working their ways with the cartographer core, which was left on the table.
Oh,
It's
one more thing, Strauss. I'm not going to do this again, but just teleport it to my hand. It is linked to us.
Hand it back.
I was, as I said, not going to do it again. Here you go.
Hand it back.
Just
Don't do that.
Handing it over to him.
Mix, I've seen you so much as sneeze on this. Forget it. Garrison is your headache now.
I'm just letting you know more things you have to write out.
Mix, all right. I think you stole them. He's looking, but Garrison's glance is exchanging between Mix and Strauss. He's like, oh, let's get away from him before he blows his top. And you kind of hear Strauss muttering to himself as the doors close. He's like, I need a drink. And then those doors would shut once again. And you would be escorted down the hall and up a huge set of stairs, going past many series of guardsmen, arriving at a higher floor. And there would be a grandiose set of double doors you're coming up on, also flanked by guards. And in various alcoves, you can see there are inquisitors who are doing a wide variety of different tasks, the nature of which is not clear. All of it seems to be busy paperwork. You can see that filing up to the door is a good amount of them. There's no less than 4 inquisitors that are by the door, seemingly waiting to get in before the party, flanked by Captain Garrison, as well as everyone else, would make it there. And you're at the gate, and there seems to be a bit of a hold-up as you're all waiting before this grand door to be let in.
Just gonna make my way to Garrison. Do you know what we are going to go through? A little bit of warning beforehand, please.
Well, we got on the itinerary here. They're gonna check you out for stuff in your head, and after that, looks like you guys have a lot of talking to do. There haven't been too many patrols that have come back yet. Most of them just kind of do their findings, and they're giving a new directive after a little bit, and they go off. Maybe have a drink before they go out. You're the first one I've seen that's actually going to be speaking to a coda. You must have really done something.
How many patrols have officially reported back, sir?
I don't have the numbers, but there's not a lot that have come back yet. It's only been 3 days.
We were not gone
so
for
we
that
were
long.
only gone for a couple days. All right.
Yeah, not a scratch on you guys. At least not bad ones. How many did you lose out there, huh?
None.
None
Oh.
from our original party. We had a friend, an outlander, who was helping us, and we lost him on that recent attack on the walls. Don't know where he went or if he's still alive.
Well, if he's still out there. He sounds like a fighter, especially if he's with you guys.
Yeah. Oh, Captain Garrison, was it?
That's me.
Did you train Mayarks to attempt to throw explosives at giant monsters? Did he get that from you?
Why was he throwing explosives at giant monsters?
An attempt was made.
An attempt was made. There was an attempt.
Also, handing him the identification papers of the soldier that we found. This one died in battle.
I see. Yeah, I'll get that to where it needs to go. Well, considering the circumstances, I think you guys have done pretty well for yourselves. Merrick's, I know I could rely on you. I won't lie, I was kind of scared when I heard they selected you to become part of this cartographer nonsense.
You were scared?
Yeah.
You didn't have to leave the walls. I was terrified. I am still terrified. I had to go back out there.
Hey, and you're back, and I know I trained you good. You've seen what those things can do to those solid walls on the outside. To a person?
Do you have surplus armor? I need it.
Oh, surplus armor that hasn't been spoken for by someone yet? Well,
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I'll have to check.
Yeah.
But either way, you guys are pretty lucky. And with that, there is a strange hum, almost like the soft chime of a bell that would emanate through the hall. And these doors would begin to hear a similar series of locks and mechanisms begin to undo themselves. It's a very slow process. It's like, oh, yeah, there's that door. It's fun to listen to.
It takes
Maybe
too
for
long.
you.
But in a few moments, that door would slowly swing open and the interior would be revealed. Well, in with you.
It is good to see you again. We will meet up and get some alcohol at some point.
Oh, I'm sticking here. I'm not missing this for anything.
Well, fair enough.
Dagny's just kind of hobbling forward with her arcane rod.
Mm-hmm. And inside of this room is a very decadent, very well put together table that has an arrangement of parchments and official business of the Inquisition. There's a few inquisitors that are already seated in a semicircular orientation of this place. And of course, at the backing of all of it, in full view to each of you, is an enormous stone wall with a beautiful master-crafted mural of what you would recognize as Zula. And this wall has signs of great age to it. You can see that there are small little flakes and cracks, and a great deal of preservation has gone into this. What's more is, walking into this room, you feel like you've stepped into a warm light. You can see that there is almost a warm ray of sunlight that seems to be emanating off of this painting and washing this room in a divine, warm light with little specks of gold somethings that are going through it. It's as if a blessing of a god that personally touched this mural is before you. It's almost humbling, even to those of you who are not necessarily religiously inclined, with Zula or otherwise. And you would all file in, and there would be an array of seats for you.
I say Dagny is kind of in a daze, and she's just kind of staring at the face of Zula on the wall.
I'm just gonna
Don't
take the
sit.
most upper front one.
And Shira kind of like looks at the painting but like goes to sit down.
Yeah, Garabon will sit down, probably on one of the outer seats.
Like Dagny's just kind of starstruck.
You stare at this, and even without words being exchanged, either through each of you or words even in your head, there's a certain warmth, a certain comfort in the presence of this mural, as if you're being warmly embraced by a loved one. And your nerves, which are quite heightened by everything in the previous room, seem to melt away. You feel calm.
Dagny, do you want to sit next to me? Make sure I don't say anything stupid.
What?
Do you want to sit next to me? You can relay the important information if need be.
Yes. She'll go over and sit next to Mayarks.
All right. And you should have the ability to move your own tokens. There you go. I'll reposition you guys a little bit. There we go. And Captain Garrison would take an opposing seat and kind of shuffles a few things that are in front of him. And coming out of a side door with a range of Shire Guard elite would be Strauss, who would make his way and position himself in a similar seat opposing the party. And the Cartographer Corps would be put between the two of them and each of you as it is placed down. And you can see the Cartographer Corps is within this bubble, almost this arcane shielded bubble that seems to have some strong abjurational magic woven around it in a protective fashion as it is placed down. And there's a bit of a as the energy reacts with being set on a surface. You can see there was a tiny bit of dust that was on a layer, and this magic just wipes it away on the spot and ruffles a bit of the papers. It's strong, whatever they put on it.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to attempt to call it to my hand, but do I feel like I can?
You don't feel like you can't. You know, it doesn't necessarily feel any different.
I don't want to attempt and just get fucking shot on sight. It's like, your magic's not going to do anything kind of shit, but...
Yeah, there's nothing that gives you the idea that you wouldn't be able to, but you know they're being cautious. It's kind of a wash, but you don't feel your connection to this thing severed at all. All right. And after a while, there would be a few more Inquisitors which file in. They're all kind of observing the strange arrangement that is the party. And finally, there would be some metal footfalls which enter from a center arc from beneath the mural, as there would be a figure that enters. And as she comes in, you can see that she is decorated in this beautiful battle armor that has this almost divine shine to it. There's a brilliant red crimson cape that bellows as she walks, much like each of the other Inquisitors, which I will iterate, the other Inquisitors do have some form of armor on and a red robe or red cape, and all of them are in fact female. And as this figure comes in, you would get a full look with these brilliant blue piercing eyes and this elegant stride as she makes her way between Strauss and Garrison and has a seat, and would scan the party and with a warm, welcoming smile before looking down to a few of the notes. You can see Garrison and Strauss are kind of leaning over to her and whispering a couple of things, a few insights, before she extends both arms, open palm, to the party in a welcoming fashion. And she would speak. 137 cartographer patrols we sent marching out to face the harbingers of our fate head on. Of that number, we've only maintained reciprocated contact with just 43. And only a fraction of that number have returned to Highshire with even just some of their patrols still alive. Of those recalled, only a fraction of that number had scraped anything together from their dance with death to alter our steady course towards extinction. And what did they give us? Inconclusive insights, which gave us loose speculation on our enemy at best. Tragic losses are skyrocketing as each day since the omen has been worse than the last. The blood of our people spills like a waterfall. Then came you. Your discovery so far is above and beyond your given directive, beckons our lore keepers to rethink written history as we've preserved it. And as I understand it, not a soul lost to the rings beyond. Not a scratch on each of you.
Just Murex is very very scuffled. Like, he has wounds active still.
You're not at full health?
No!
Well, even still, she would say these words. As you imagine that she probably has seen much, much worse.
I've been on Death Door numerous times already. Not a fun experience.
Then perish.
I need to get something straight before we begin our conversation proper. I would like to formally introduce myself. I am Makoda. While the Inquisition does not have any official lead inquisitors, we are very much equals in part. My long tenure here has given me seniority, which is respected by most. And out the door, I already have a great deal of respect for each and every one of you, accepting our burden of the cartographer ways, going out towards an enemy none of us understand. And here you are. I must ask, what have you brought us before us today?
The Startographer gave us a, something that can see the world around us a bit better. It also holds an image of a meteor, star, either leaving or coming. I do not remember.
It was
The omen.
leaving.
Thank you.
Yes. From what the Startographer told us, something not only came to the planet, something left as well.
Something left.
The image
And
itself
same-
is within the
same
start
piece.
within this core, but your governor was quite how to put the word, was quite reluctant to allow it to charge.
Rightfully concerned.
Which is understandable, given this is something we don't fully have knowledge of. I have notes of your minds being altered by this Startographer figure you claim to have met. Could you tell me more about that?
I think that the description of our minds being altered is a little bit is unfriendly. We lost memories as a result of the soul binding to this core. But I can assure you that we're all of sound mind and nothing happened to alter our mindsets or alter memories. We just lost them.
He did warn us of this beforehand.
And by what account are you sure you're in your mental faculties?
I mean, you tell us that, from what the governor has told us, that this device has the ability to wipe out the entire nation of Shyhire. We had no idea of that. Why would we normally carry something that possessed so much energy into the city only with the hope of trying to save it?
Well, that depends if the one carrying it has the intent to save or destroy Highshire. It's quite simple, really.
That was not our intention, Inquisitor.
I understand. But given that you had an experience with something that is far beyond our understanding and have come into possession of something also far beyond our understanding, through events that are undocumented through any period of history that we can detain going back in our records, it leaves a lot of questions that don't have obvious answers to them. But I thought that we could start this by clearing the air and proving you're within your own minds. After all, if what you said was true, anything goes. This won't take long. I presume all of you are not going to object to a clearing of the mind?
Read the way.
Very well. She raises a single hand, and she would begin to invoke Arcana, or that envelops her entire arm. And you can see that all of your chairs illuminate, and you find yourself somewhat restrained. There are runes that light up from the ground in a ring-like pattern that seem to mirror the rings of the valley. And the light from the mural would illuminate greatly. And there's this mingling of divine and arcane aura that would coalesce above each of you. There's flashes of light that are vaguely reminiscent of the energies that you witnessed in the clouds above you the previous night, as this would descend to each of you, and you would all see amongst yourselves as this light would mingle with your forms. You simultaneously feel this intense heat and this sheer cold, and your visions would pulse a little bit. And there would be these spectral forms that coalesce on your heads. It's almost as if a gemstone implanted on each of your foreheads comes into view and illuminates with this purplish light. And the purple light seems to dispel the light that Akoda had manifested before the rest of the energy would then be dismissed. And these strange gems implanted on each of your heads would slowly fade away. Akoda has this stoic stare as she is taking in what she just saw with great interest. She doesn't blink through any of this.
Can I try and insight what kind of emotion she's conveying right now?
Go ahead. Roll insight.
Do
That
I,
one.
ouch.
I would like to insight as well.
Thinking about what she's gonna have for dinner tonight.
Nope.
Nope.
Do I know anything about like what she just did, like or attempted to do magically?
You may roll Arcana.
Yes.
As for Dagny and Nashira, Akoda is an inquisitor, and it's pretty clear that part of what she's doing here with everyone is you're being interrogated to an extent, and as such, you're seeing none of her hand. So unfortunately, you have no idea what's going through her head. She is stoic. As for Gervan, you can see that the energy that she had manifested was divine assisted. You wouldn't be too surprised if this comes from some form of a paladin-based school. And it was very strong in divination. And from what you gather, she tried to... It's essentially a combination of a dispel magic that she casts, as well as a type of modify memory that she also had as part of that, which essentially would nullify any existing modifications to the mind. But you didn't see any of that affect any of you, because these strange, weird gems, you would know that wasn't part of the spell.
Oh.
Shit.
So okay. So I would speak up and say, might I suggest an alternative method? I believe that Strauss has already verified that Mayerx is behaving very similarly to how he normally behaves, as has Harrison. If you have us speak to people who know us well, perhaps they can verify that we are who we say we are.
Oh, I'm afraid that won't be necessary, Gervan, but thank you. We have copious notes and know exactly what each of you are like to varying degrees.
I do not know whether or not to take that as an insult.
What I'm trying to say is, we know each of you, some better than others. If there's even the slightest inflection in the way you act, speak, or articulate yourselves that would suggest that something has been altered, I would already be made aware, and I've already drawn my conclusions. That is strictly through conversational cues, among other things I will not disclose because they're not relevant to discuss. magic cannot assist in this effort, as it appears that there is something beyond my understanding that is warding your minds.
I just kind of look towards the rest of the party, and then I will look to the Inquisitor and say, it may have to do with the core.
Tell me about this core.
Would you like us to describe the process? Or not really the process, but what we went through to do what we did?
Anything you know.
Alright. Well, we were weightless for a bit, as if woken up in some fashion. And we all had our own demons to overcome. To reach a gate of some sort? Just kind of looking around to the others.
What he's describing is a rather abstract process that we all simultaneously went through together in a sort of mind-linked fashion. When he describes meeting our demons, well, I didn't meet my own demon. I met something else, but it was essentially, from what I could tell, the others appeared to be dealing with something from their pasts.
I had a
Really?
fist fight with 2 people. It was quite fun.
I see.
We were essentially put to the test where we were in this weightless space and there was this beam of energy that was somewhat connected to the energy of Helios.
You mentioned that these visions you had were pieces of your past. Could you describe them in greater detail to each of you?
I think mine was the simplest. I got beat up by 2 people. They failed tremendously at actually doing anything to me, and then I
Do you
pushed them into
recognize
the
these
beam.
individuals?
Would I at all?
No, you had no idea who they were.
No clue. Faceless masks of fists and pounding.
I see. What of you, Nishira?
I did not encounter anything from my past. I encountered something I didn't understand.
Out of character, really quick.
Yeah.
Do we have anything resembling the Fifth Amendment?
Yeah, this is bad.
These one would
You're-
like to plead the 5th.
You're not
Don't
too
wanna lead the Fifth
keen
Man.
on the laws of Highshire because they're a bit convoluted and they're always being rewritten. And especially in times like this, laws are, who knows, they're kind of a seconded thing.
You
So,
have no
it,
rights.
so in terms of how you answer this question, you can make your best judgment as you see fit.
They can't read your mind,
Uh,
just know that.
Well, Nishira encountered a demon of.
Please, Garvan, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I'd like to hear this firsthand from Nishira herself.
Well,
It's okay.
does he-
You can tell us. We're only trying to figure out something that you've been wrapped up in. This is for everyone's benefit. I know some things of your past, especially if they are troubling you, may not be easy to talk about. But I understand, and I'm willing to be as patient as you need me to be.
I did encounter some sort of. I wouldn't describe it as a demon. I don't know what it was. But I was given the option to leave. Leave everyone. Leave Highshire. And go into the cosmos and never come back. And I chose to stay.
Into the stars.
Into the stars and access knowledge and whatever else more than I could ever imagine beyond my wildest dreams. But I knew I couldn't come back. I couldn't use that information to help. What was that
Sounds-
going to do except be a coward's move?
Sounds like this would have given you everything you ever wanted to understand the secrets of the stars, your greatest aspirations.
Insight check, because Nishira has not told anybody who exactly she is, or what her aspirations are with the stars.
You're inciting like what she just said. Like, where's this coming from?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Damn it.
Hard to know exactly, but you did say stars and secrets and beyond your wildest dreams. So you imagine she drew that conclusion based on how you worded it alone. Akoda would kind of put a hand up, says, "It's all right. We're only trying to understand."
um.
This feels
I-
targeted.
I suppose. He offered me much. And like I said, I refused him.
Secrets of the Omen or something further than that, something unrelated.
He didn't seem to know anything about the Omen. But, because I did ask him. But, just secrets of the cosmos, everything, beyond High Shire, how things came to be.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, I can't really say for certain.
I see. Hmm. All right. Garavan, what did you experience? Is this something from your past or something promising something brighter?
I saw my childhood friend, my past, a regret that I have. It was unpleasant.
Were you pressured into doing something you didn't want to do in this ethereal scenario? Or was this simply a declarative reminder of a mistake?
I don't know if the intent was to tempt me. I had the advantage of seeing it play out for the others, um, and I was able to ascertain basically what was going on. So I was able to resist, thankfully. It seemed to know that I was resisting it.
Hmm. All right. This figure that you spoke of, did she have a name? Anything that we can use to further look into her significance, possible connections?
Oh, she is my assistant back home. Um, we call her now Falam.
Call her now. Did she have a previous alias?
Nahiri. Nahiri was her old name before the accident.
Accident?
I, um, an experiment gone wrong on my part.
I see. Dagny Silverhide, what did you
Yes, ma'am.
experience?
Um, well, it was, I was having a bad day. I somewhat couldn't move. I tried to get up, but my brother, Dennis, he convinced me to rest, and he had a surprise for me. He made my bed mobile. Knew that I wanted to see the outside world. He tried to lead me away, but when I pointed towards the beam, he seemed it to be a window. That's when I knew something wasn't right. I knew it was a test. There was nothing I could do to convince him, whether it was a simulated illusion or truly a piece of my past, I do not know. But in that moment, I had to will myself to move in order to touch that beam.
These events that you described, did they actually happen? Is this a part of your past?
Well, you probably already know, I was bedridden for most of my childhood before I began to learn magic after the loss of my mother.
Yes, I've read the case file. She had many educated friends who were able to help you.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Carlisle got me started, but it was my stepmother that honed my skill.
Hmm. I see. And I presume you were ultimately able to overcome this and attain this light that you described?
It comes and goes. It depends on the day.
Now, getting out of your bed and fulfilling this task that had been set before you, the objective in this state, this trance, is this similar to how you had left your bed in the real world?
Out of character. Would I remember the day that I had left to join the cartographers?
Yes, that is clear.
Uh, Similar. My brother, however, my brother Dennis, he helped me, gave me the strength and courage to come to the Hall of the Inquisition.
Hmm. I do remember hearing something of the nature. There's a lot of cartographers I had to organize, understandably so. But it's rare to see one openly and willingly able to join. There's a lot of factors that went into how we chose to form them, willingness or lack thereof, but given your difficulty and all you've accomplished, I'd say that you've more than proven yourself to not be defined by your limitations, even if they are poorly understood by medical sciences.
Mirix is going to give
Proud
a
of yourself.
slight glare at her, just at that willingly or not thing. Just
Akota's gaze would fall upon the remaining party member, Rin. I have Rin, just Rin. Is it? Could you explain to me what you saw in this trance?
An inquisitor, accompanied by a pair of Shire Guard. They attempted to bar my way forward. Their apprehension, suspicion, and fear being the reasons as to why. I was able to convince them and simply was allowed to proceed.
Is this synonymous with a real-world experience, or was this more fictitious in nature?
Well, seeing how as the Inquisition sought me out, and not vice versa, I would say it was simply an analog.
An interpretation of morals and situational happenstance. I understand. I understand. Granted that we don't have much information on you. This is a bit strange. In order to move forward and unveil the mysteries before us, establishing a mutual understanding and mutual respect for one another is in order. Being condescending, confrontational, it does us no good. I understand many of you do not hold religion to the highest regard. I want you to be made aware that this is acceptable. Your actions spread more light than trivial religious practices ever could. High Shire is a special beast among the world. One that proves it can persist where others have not. There are reasons for this. We simultaneously exist as one people under one calling, as well as we simultaneously exist as a collective of many different people who hold many cultures, many principles, and many often conflicting perspectives. This is the mortal condition. And this is what it means to be a part of humanity. High Shire is a scaled down version of the world we once had. Only now, if we don't all cooperate with one another, trust one another, then I'm afraid we are doomed to die. I believe this to be the truest belief that Zula holds. If you have familiarity with her history, then you'll know that this is likely why she came to us at the dawn of our unity. I believe Zula to be an analog for our cooperation, to set aside our differences in culture and beliefs, and to come together under a greater purpose to survive, to thwart the horrors and entities that similarly united to wipe us off the face of Helios. I believe Zula exists as a manifestation of our will. And we can't fully use that to be guided by her light if we stand in adversity with one another. I wish to get to know each and every one of you very well, as well as each of you to get to know each other. 3 days prior, you had only met one another. You've been ripped from your lives and were sent on a suicide mission, as many have come to address it. For some of you, you wanted this, and for that, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. But for others, this was forced upon you. Rin, you had come to us at one point, and we turned you away, and you lived in our shadows, among the darkness of our walls, an outcast. And then we broke down your door, asking for you to fight for us, most likely to your death, for a cause which you didn't have any affliction for. And for that, I apologize. Who are we to ask you to throw your life away for a cause that has only brought you grief? That was a wrong that I wish to right. No one should have to live that way. However, these are desperate times. And as someone like myself who's trying desperately to keep a kingdom of fearful, panicking people in order, to uphold the light that has guided us so far, it's not easy. And it often leaves me with difficult decisions to make. I need to ask you, Ren, how can we make this right for you? I imagine that your image of High Shire is not one that is favorable, even after all you have done for us, in conjunction with your fellow cartographers. How can we help you?
My work alongside your cartographers proves beneficial to me. There is not much I can accomplish by simply surviving. Simply being a part of the cartographers opens up many paths for me. However, there is one thing I would ask of you.
You have but to name it.
Roughly a year or so ago, a boy by the name of Elijah was exiled from High Shire. I would like to know why, and I would like to have him returned to the safety of the walls and Highshire.
Consider it done. I can dispatch an Inquisitor to run our interrogation report. We can find out everything that we know that's on file. He was with whom before his coalition with you? Do you know his circumstances? Was he living among you, or was it something else?
He was under my ward for a year's time. He was a young boy, about 13 years of age. As for his circumstances of exile or life within the walls, he spoke very little, and I have no information that would prove useful, regrettably.
I understand. An abandoned child would be slow to trust. I'm going to do everything in my power to gain information and see if we can potentially bring him back into the safety of our walls where he belongs. No child deserves to live out there, especially not now. You have my sympathy. Her expression would scan each of you as if she's collecting her next words. There's an opening to speak if anybody has an outlet for it.
Am I able to stand?
You can certainly try.
I would like to try and stand.
You would stand up without issue, and her contemplating gaze, within the first flinch of your movements, she's already eyeing you.
You said we needed trust, yes?
That is correct.
Nan, can you trust us to know that this is not a dangerous device, and let us show you what it does?
That seems to be the fruit of your labor here. Yes, I would like to inspect this closer, if I may, to better understand that what we have here. You claim that it's beneficial, and all of you have put your lives on the line to bring it back. Considering your success, your words, I'm only inclined to believe that what you say is true.
I'm gonna try and summon it to my hand through the bubble now.
Well, she would almost seemingly sense what you're trying to do. She'd put a hand. She would go, "Oh, allow me, excuse me," and she kind of like puts a hand up to you, like, "Hey, don't do that yet."
Don't do that yet. Okay. Oh, wait a second.
Hold up! Wait a minute!
Yeah.
We don't want to disintegrate your hand now. Hold up.
She would raise a hand of her own, and you can see that she, with a quick incantation, would afflict the bubble, as it were, and would dispel the protective sphere that was placed among it. And you can see with the energy quickly dispels as the bubble bursts, as it were, leaving the cartographer core unabated, and she reaches down to grab it to personally hand it to you.
Teleport before she can grab it, just not realizing what she's trying to do. Just
Before her hands even make contact, would teleport into your own hands.
now.
And she has a bit of surprise on her face. I see. You've mastery over this device.
As we said several times before, Inquisitor, this is soulbound to us. We could summon it to ourselves at any time.
That-
And I'll use the same action to summon it to my hand.
It would disappear from your hands, Mirks, and appears in Dagny's.
It is a cool party trick, but the Strauss is slow to trust. It is fine. It is understandable on why he was a little bit.
I was just making the judgment call based on your blunders under my keep. It was an educated decision.
You're fine
Well,
to
I
make
can
your own educated
wholeheartedly
decisions.
agree.
Doubts about Mayarks. Huh. That has never occurred to us before. Hmm.
His predisposition is usually not very good, do not worry. Dagny, would you like to start it up?
Sure.
It does
Well,
take a while.
yeah. I'll set it down so that I can start charging.
All right. You would place it back down before everyone, and the mechanism would open, and it would begin to coalesce and draw energy as it slowly begins its charge. Dagny, make an Arcana roll.
Okay.
Before it explodes,
Shit, gotta close my
Oh,
sheet.
I
God
forgot to
dang
press enter on this.
it. Accident? Okay, yeah.
Oh,
15.
hey,
Pretty good. And of course, you feel like you would will your own desire for this to work its magic, as it were. You place it down, it opens, and seemingly obeying your command without issue, it begins very quickly taking in information on the local area, and it would begin charging. And you would see that Koda is observing this with great interest. Her eyes are fixated on it, fully open, fascinated almost, as she watches this for several moments, and would eventually look up towards you. This takes a few moments, doesn't it?
it takes
Does
about
it-
an hour.
It draws information about the world in which it stands. It's not yet to the point where we can do it while we're moving. It has to be stationary at the moment, but the Startographer told us that it's capable of receiving upgrades.
Bloody
By
hell.
whom?
There are
These
other
are-
Startographers.
Are there?
Yeah, he told us. It was something I tried to speak to Strauss about, but I didn't get the chance. He
Called
said that there
himself
were...
Startographer Magnus.
He was Magnus in... Again, sorry about the javelin, but it just kind of brings it out. This is his signature?
Mm-hmm.
Please. And she extends a hand.
Just hands it over to her.
Stick.
Stick.
The white in her eyes is intense. Magnus. Quite the name.
I would quite like to keep the spear though, just as a, if we ever meet the other Startographers, a little bit confusing. I feel like this would be a good shoe in the door.
Certainly. You will get this back. I would like to study this further.
Be my guest. But you may continue your words while this takes a bit to charge.
Other Startographers. This revelation may just be the first of many. What information do you have on them?
Shrugs.
We don't really have much besides the amazing devices he had, and they somewhat make it a point to keep their location obfuscated. So
Was he reluctant to disclose that other Startographers existed?
He said he didn't
Wasn't.
speak to them for a while. He does not know their
Yeah.
intentions.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he said that he wasn't reluctant to speak about the other Startographers, but he said that well, like the others said, their intentions are unknown because he hadn't had contact with them in a long time.
Mm.
yes.
How
They
long
exist,
exactly?
but lost
Did he
contact.
disclose how long it's been? Have they met before?
Can I do a memory test? Because I don't remember.
You can roll history, I guess.
Brain itchy.
Brain itchy, no remember even remotely.
Did we?
Nat 20.
Nice.
Oh, You
Can
search
we
your
get from
memories
that
for a
history
moment.
check if he said anything about their locations? Because I forget that too.
We'll go off of Mirix's checks, and given you crit, you would search your memories, and it would strikingly come back to you that he was very reluctant to disclose the fact that there were other Startographers, and from what he actually told you, that he hasn't spoken to them in a very long time, and you would surmise that it would be probably the duration of, at the very minimum, High Shire's inception, perhaps longer.
Can I try and like draw him down onto a piece of paper, like what he looked like?
That's
Of
already
course.
in the journal.
Oh, did you already do that in the journal?
Yeah.
Huh.
Like, there's rough sketches and shit like that.
Can I try and perfect them a little bit?
I mean, those were taken by Strauss, weren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, I handed
so
them over to
they
him.
have
I
them.
imagine he brought them here, so they got
But
that
you can
already.
describe what he looked like and all that, which, for the sake of brevity, we'll say you do, and she nods her head.
But
I see.
wasn't very lenient with the information of more of them.
I understand. It seems as though this particular startographer favors you. You.
Does. He actually said that he allowed us to find him. We didn't find him just willy-nilly.
Then there is no doubt. It still leaves the question as how you came from our gates and wound up in his keep. Where is he located?
That is the thing. He specifically kind of did alter our memory for that, I think. He
Mm.
said we
So-
would forget the location because he does not want the world to invade him, as you will.
Which, out of character, from you waking up in the pods and leaving the island, getting in the boat, that specifically, all that's crystal clear in your minds.
Hmm. But where exactly it is on a map is.
Well, you did use the Startographer core for the first time, and you know exactly where it is, according to the map on the Startographer core.
Okay.
Didn't we
So
establish that?
we didn't actually forget anything, even though we said we would.
Yeah, no, you know that island. You could point that out.
I'm
Yeah, I think it was when we went back and checked the place was empty. I think Rin looked at it and was like, "Oh yeah, now there's nothing there."
I'm
Keep
gonna
teleporting away.
look at the others and just kind of make sure I get eye contact and just. I do not think we remember where it is.
No.
If that's what you're saying, you don't know where it is.
Yeah.
Irvon will shrug.
Yeah. Like.
Now, do you really
Ragus-
believe that, or is that like you're just
I'm trying to con.
then roll deception?
Yeah.
Oh God.
I'm gonna
Here we
add that
go.
+4 with that magic from earlier.
Ah, yes. Lie to the Lord Inquisitor.
15.
Irvon is gonna look at Mayarks and be like, "All right."
Let's see.
Also, how do you have guidance again?
From the.
Guidance lasts for a minute.
Only a minute?
Yeah,
Oh,
but-
never mind.
Yeah,
So it is
doesn't- and it's
14?
only once.
It's a
Plus, you
cantrip.
already used it.
Yeah.
I thought it was just a
What?
thing. Never mind.
No, it lasts for a
Yeah,
minute.
sorry.
It's a cantrip.
Well, either way, it's gone now. It's only ended the one anyway, so that is fine.
Yeah.
Zula, or fucking Christ, Akoda would kind of give you a blank expression for a while. Perhaps one of you could help refresh his memory. This did just happen a day ago, did it not?
It did, but like you said, and like we've told you, this device is soulbound to us, and we're certain that whatever that device he put us in, he made it a point to wipe where the location was from our memories.
Just like rolling deception checks across the board now.
Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, like he did
Dagny,
sound that, like,
roll deception.
I am also going to flatly look at her
Oh,
and just
boy.
be like,
Oh boy.
he did say that
Yeah,
our memories would be wiped from the location, which he did actually say.
He did actually say that, yeah.
Now that is curious. That is very curious.
Yes, he did specify that we would not be able to find him again through the same means. That
Now,
is-
now, in the report that you had given to Strauss, we heard that this was a side effect of the projection that you had undergone. But now you're
Well,
telling
that
me it was
memory loss,
intent.
yes, but I think I don't think it's entirely out of bounds to assume that with the incredible technology that he had and magic that he had, that he had, especially if he was as dedicated to remaining hidden as he was, that he would not. I think that it would be unlikely that he would not have some sort of magic to either allow him to move or obscure his location and prevent someone from finding him again.
Do you remember what I said about trust, Nishira?
Yes.
I'm gonna
Akoda
look
would
at her
raise
bluntly.
another hand, and you would see another incantation be conjured as the rings engraved into the floor would once again well up. And you would see there is a specific whitish, yellowish aura in a circle that encapsulates the seat in which all of
Zone
you
of
are
truth.
sat in. It is
Yes.
Zone of Truth. I believe it's a charisma saving throw. Are you going to contest or resist?
I am going to.
Like she knows if we contest it, so it's a really bad idea.
You don't have to do any. You don't have to do anything if you don't say it. Anything. I am going
No,
to.
I'm letting it. I'm letting it work on me. I've just been sitting here silently watching them dig their graves while waiting to be directly addressed if they want an answer.
I'm going to look at her bluntly and just be like, he does not want to reveal himself. He has the power to make this. If he wanted himself known, he would wish us to tell you.
Okay, but I mean, before you even have a chance to say that, are you resisting
No.
the Zone of Truth? Okay.
No resistance.
So, all right. So you voluntarily failed. Dagny, are you passing? Are you going to resist or fail?
Fuck it. I'm gonna try and resist.
Okay. Give me a charisma saving throw. Nashira, Gervon.
I can't. I can't.
Yeah,
Nope.
Garavon is going to just let it work. He's not even going to try to resist.
Dagny, you would fail. And everyone, the entire party is afflicted with a Zone of Truth. And you would notice that the Zone of Truth is, in fact, encapsulating Governor Strauss, Akoda, and Captain Garrison as well. And she clasps her hands together on the table and would look towards each of you. I understand. It's troubling times, and forces beyond our comprehension are trying to garner their perspectives. Nobody asks for these sort of things to be put upon them. But these are trying times. It's my belief that only truth is what can truly give us what we need to persist. It's the very principle that formed the cartographer division. You put everything on the line to find out information which could save all of us. Without that, those walls are going to crumble. You've seen the beasts.
I'm gonna speak up. What did she say her name was again?
Akoda.
Miss Akoda, you asked me what you said about trust. Listen, this isn't about us not trusting you. This is about us not wanting to break the trust given to us by the Startographer. He trusted us with this information, with this core, and with bringing it back to you because he has a vested interest in the continued life of our race.
Which would mean that our goals are aligned. He gave you this core to bring here so we could learn truths. I need you to understand that I have no ill intentions towards any of you or our greater mission at large. This Startographer, I understand his need, his caution to remain secretive. But if just one visit can give us so much, imagine what we could do if he was here, guiding us. If we could share our knowledge and fill in the missing puzzle pieces we each respectively hold. If we don't have a full picture, everyone you've ever cared about is going to die. The light of Zula is going to fade. And I can't bear to see that happen. I know
I'm
that this
just
is
gonna
a burden.
interrupt her and just be like, I feel like the information that he gave us on this device right here, this is given to us specifically to help our situation. This is not... He does not want to overbear us with more than what we need. We can go to him again after this is done. But this, I feel he would give us what we would need to complete our mission.
One monster is all it takes to wipe out an entire cartographer division, as well as droves of Shire Guard. Do you understand how fragile the information you have currently is?
According to your governor, he thinks it's a weapon.
What this core is still to be determined. But your memory being wiped in the past 3 days, the alleged memory wipe of where this Startographer is. Are you aware that we sent 9 other cartographer patrols out with the same mission as you?
What?
9.
9, and none have reported to us. No contact, no reporting in, nothing. What's going to happen to all of them is in a fate I wish none of them have. A fate which can be avoided if we give them the right direction. If you were able to head in the correct direction, and he was willing to work with you and share, I'd imagine that he would be equally welcoming to others who are like us. But if we send our people in the wrong directions, their efforts will be for nothing. They will die, and we will have yet an incomplete picture of what is happening to our world.
Do they know how to
understand?
sail?
We can make the arrangements to have the proper preparations made. Yes.
Well, if you're wanting us to explore Helios as we know it through the power of the core, then we will definitely need more supplies than what we have already on us.
Yes, of course. Granted, our reserves have been run nearly dry, but if you have accommodations that you need, we can make them arranged proper. And granted, given the significance, the knowledge, and the fact that the Startographer favored all of you, we can give you a higher company, greater protection, greater means. We can give you anything that you need. But in order to do that intelligently, I need clarity between both of us. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I understand you're scared and you don't want to betray his trust, but do you really think that this Startographer, Magnus, would be offended by sharing what you found out to us? The fact that he gave you this core. Even if he may be reluctant, which is understandable. These are desperate times, and withholding any information could easily spell death for everyone involved. We need all the information we can get. That is why the Inquisition exists as it is. That is why the cartographers are here. I don't want to see any more people die in vain.
As soon as the globe is charged, I'll show you where it is.
Nearx.
Thank you.
It is necessary.
I'm glad that we can trust one another.
Okay, so like Dagny will kind of try and just sit up a bit.
Yep.
So we say we go back to the Startographer, and he agrees to come back with us, and we bring him here to the Hall of Inquisition, and he shares all the information that he has gathered in his time since the creation of Highshire. Then what? What if what he tells you is not what you like? What if someone uses whatever information he has to put more destruction upon Highshire? What then? Maybe the reason why he is so far away and so hidden is because the information he has is valuable, but also dangerous in the wrong hands.
I understand. More than you know, I understand. The nature of
Do
this
you?
information.
Do you really?
Who do you believe the right hands are, Dagny?
I don't know. All I know is that the minute since we had this core, we learned that something not only came to Helios, but something left. And that makes me question everything. Even in here. And she looks up at the mural again.
Dagny, they are not going to find him. I will show them the island, but they will not find him. I guarantee it.
And the cartographer did specify that we would not find him again in the same location. Sending another party there would likely be a senseless waste of their lives.
I highly suggest you try and give them new orders, as he has chosen us, and he will not choose another, I guarantee it.
Well, we're never going to know unless we find out.
Then at least reduce the number of teams, because I do not want you wasting your efforts.
I'll take your words into consideration. As for this core, this map, there's much that we need to figure out. Is this, by no means, is something hidden. This is something he wants us to know about. We can start here. And Akoda would kind of lean into it, fascinated by its mechanisms, and she would just gently lay a hand to its side. And as her fingertips make contact with it, there is a similar eruption of sudden blinding light as you hear as Akoda is struck with an immense shock of power and is sent flying out of her chair and would slam against the mural of Akoda, or Zula, Jesus Christ, I'm mixing up the names. It would fall to the ground. There's a very clear scorch mark on her chest plate as she falls down, and there's a visible crack that appears in the stone, and she falls down bewildered.
Miss Akoda, are you okay?
Nashira gets up from her chair and like runs over.
I'm fine.
What in the world?
I'm tougher than I look.
We didn't know that would happen. It must
No.
have something to do with that it's not soulbound to you.
I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah, a security measure. An undocumented feature for sure.
Just
I can't say I'm surprised.
Wait a minute. Like, I'm gonna think back, like, because when Mayarx handed it back to Strauss, did nothing happen because it wasn't charging?
Well, he put it on
So,
the table.
you put it on the table. He never touched it.
I'm gonna look to Governor Strauss. Like, does it seem like he has any sort of injury on him?
did you
Strauss
touch
never
it?
Strauss never touched it.
Marcus Strauss.
Did you know this would happen?
Who were you asking that towards?
To Strauss, because he's the only one who's handled it so far.
He's handled.
He didn't touch
Keep in
it.
mind, when he brought it in, he had it in that bubble, so he's never actually made contact with it.
Right.
And he has this bewildered look. He says, "No, of course not. We were extremely cautious with it. We didn't dare touch it ourselves."
Let us not do that again. Let's learn from our mistakes. Is it still charging?
Yes.
Just looking at all of them. None of you touch it again. I am promising you that probably was not a mistake.
Akoda-
Startographer, yeah, Magnus has made it doubly sure that we're the only ones who handle it.
Akoda would stand,
Seems-
seemingly not phased by the immense amount of energy that just shocked her. You can see part of her plate is scorched and perhaps even melted, but she stands firm, tougher than she looks. This is the danger of secrets. I see now that words weren't enough to articulate that, but you can see what becomes of it.
I guarantee you, we did not know this. I am not resisting your magic, by the way. Like,
I believe you.
no idea.
All right. Let's take a moment to gather our thoughts, shall we?
I'm just gonna
Let's-
place a couple things in front of the table between it and them. Just do not touch it.
She would calmly walk over and be seated again. Let's think about our next steps forward. And with that, we're going to take our 15-minute break.
Ah, Jesus.
Piss break, mouse.
Yeah! You guys need to make up your fucking mind. Holy shit.
Yes. Can we not try to deceive?
Yeah? I am now recording again. Alright, let us go.
All right. So, the cartographer core still arcing a bit of magic from the blow that Akoda sustained. You can see there's a still bit of a smoldering mark on her chest plate as she sits back down, but she's able to tough it out. She's hurt, she's not showing it. Puts it down and once again clasp her hands together and would collect her thoughts.
Does Zone of Truth fall?
No, it's still up.
Okay.
Yeah, Zone of Truth's not concentration, is it?
Is it?
It is. I thought. Wait. I think it is. That would
It's
now would be
not.
both
Oh.
It's not.
Well, either way.
Okay.
ways.
Right.
All right.
Garrison would speak up after a little while. Well, this is quite the handful you guys put to us. You've kind of you've met the man, you've got the thing. What do you guys think? What should we do next? What are your thoughts?
Let's
What do you think we should? What do we think we should do next?
Well, yeah, you've seen everything firsthand. You should have the best idea.
Well, I think we should go investigate the site where something left and something.
Let us show you the images as well. It is probably better to explain with a sight, you know.
Exactly. You'll see what we're talking about when this thing finally charges up. Apologies for the length of time.
Ah, it's okay. I know these things take time. It's not like we can do anything about it. I'm not gonna touch that thing. You kidding me?
Probably best.
If we are done here, or semi-done until this thing is charged, I'm just looking to Akoda for approval.
She would look up at you.
Garrison,
So,
would you
That's
like
me.
to spar a little bit? Not anything too rough, just basic training.
you know, I don't think this is the time for that.
Understandable, but if we aren't doing anything,
Akoda would look up towards the party. Captain Garrison raises a nice point. You have the greatest insight out of any of us. You're the greatest insight to unraveling the secrets of our world that we have yet. And I'd like to keep you all as safe as I can and as best equipped as possible. What do you think we should do next?
The logical course would be, we know of the existence of other possible startographers. Finding them, possibly finding ways to upgrade this artifact to improve its function, while at the same time steadily pursuing, as Nishira said, a course northwards towards the site of what may have caused this whole problem.
Garban,
hmm.
do you know, I think with these startographers, I think they will show themselves to us when they want us to be seen. Personally. I don't think we need to seek them out.
Maybe.
I mean, it can't just be luck that the first direction we chose to go or were sent to go with very little information arrived with this.
Strauss would speak up. What was that you mentioned about that guy that was following you? Obash?
Yes.
So
Obash
he,
Thurgo.
as far as we're concerned, is the only one that can fill in the gaps as to your travel from our gates to the Startographer.
I'm going to tell you now, Strauss. You are going to treat him with respect.
Please.
Absolutely. Akoda would kind of look up from her collection of thoughts without hesitation. He has
And,
more than earned his place among our people. He belongs in the walls.
Oh,
I'm
that
not
is
sure
good.
why he was exiled, but I don't believe that to be relevant right now.
He said it was to protect his sister.
Noble. Aligns with someone who would willingly team up with cartographers. I'm going to send out a division of our elite into the valley to see if we can best retrieve him.
If you
Uh,
please.
Only our finest. He will be brought home.
If you please.
Is there
Do you
anything
think you could Do you think you could put my brother Felix on that?
Consider it done.
Thank you.
Is your brother part of the guard?
My oldest brother Felix is a part of the elite.
Can I meet him? I really would like to meet an elite guard. They are very elusive to talk to.
If you're lucky. Elusive, I find that hard to believe, but that's because they all wear the same thing. My brother, he's a bit stubborn, but he's a bit good at what he does.
Every time I try to talk to one, I just get a stonewall face of nothing. So if I could talk to one face to face, that would be very nice.
The elite are noble in their cause. They are tasked with keeping our way of life preserved.
And they are very good at their job, and I appreciate it. But one conversation or a hello would at least be nice.
It's not for them to speak.
I know, but
Well, if I have a chance to get in contact with him, I'll see what I can do.
I will make the arrangements to have a division headed by your brother to the outside of the walls throughout the night. We will accommodate them as best we can, and Obash will be brought home.
Thank you, Inquisitor.
and
Can you give us any direction on his whereabouts, where he last was, his direction?
Last we
He was-
saw him was at the main gate. He was trying to draw away the undead that were resurrected. That
He was running south.
Yes.
there is also a boat in an alcove that he made himself. If he is not close by, he might be there.
It sounds like he would be quite the asset.
Or
He
having
is. He's
someone-
wonderful.
It certainly sounds like it. Having someone who's lived outside the walls, much like you, Rin. Having that survival instinct and knowing the lay of the land, that's a valuable skill. I wish he had been at our attention beforehand. We're still in need of collecting ourselves on everything that you've told us. There's a lot to unpack and a lot of things that we need to further contemplate. Rin, we will conduct our investigation on Elijah as best we can, along with everything else that we've learned here today. I understand you have materialistic needs. We can take the list and best accommodate for what we have available.
Thank you.
As
Mayarks.
Can I have the? I still have the list, yeah.
Yeah, I gave it to you.
I'm gonna add one thing to just 1 second. This might be useful. Just healing potions X5. This that last one is. I understand it's very unlikely, but very useful. Also, a bunch of rope for me specifically.
Oh yeah, you forgot to put down your nets.
Yeah, but that is beside the point.
Captain Garrison kind of stretches his arms a little bit. Ah, rope's not a problem. We got plenty of that.
I kind of
As for the
figured.
potions, ooh, a lot of those are tucked away under our guards' cloaks, but we'll see if we can swipe one away from a guard or two that aren't using it.
Yeah, that would be nice. And the few sets of armor, if not attended. If they are attended, my father is a smith. He can perhaps make some.
We're talking about things that we need. I have a spell that requires a gilded acorn worth about 200 gold,
It is on the
but
list.
it's a very powerful spell.
It's on the list.
It's on the list.
It is on the list. Do not worry.
You
The,
can hand the list to us and we can make the accommodations. Is there anything else besides the materialistic needs that we can do for you?
Hmm.
Information. Access to both a library and access to an elite guard patrol that might have gone south. Because we found an elite defender outside.
We're going to have to do our own investigation on that, I'm afraid. We will handle that burden for you. As for the library, there are plenty of institutions within the Inner Kingdom that would be open to you, especially with our graces. We can get you access to any building within reason. Is there
Oh.
specific knowledge you're seeking?
Any spells and formulas that would be useful to us.
oh yes, access to research from the various schools would be most appreciated.
We'll see what we can do. In the
And
meantime,
any libraries that might have information, ancient information before the formation of Highshire.
the formation of Highshire. How about this? I can send a retrieval team to acquire all the information which you're seeking, and we can have a collection of tomes ready for you here at the Inquisition come in the morning. That way we can get what you need, you can be off with it, and you can relax. You're going to need your energy for the coming days. More is riding on your shoulders now than ever.
Might I inquire what are the protocols for where we can go when we are off duty? We were probably
Regrettably.
told this, but we've forgotten.
For the remainder of the evening, I'm afraid you'll have to remain within the Inner Kingdom. In the event that something extraordinary happens, or if anything catastrophic occurs, we will need you at an arm's length at any given time.
There is an alehouse in the inner city, yeah?
A what?
An alehouse.
Royal House.
Oh,
Garvon would turn to Mayarks and tell him, "Hey, I actually know a halfway decent place."
No.
Stop.
For different reasons, do not worry.
Garrison speaks up. Oh, you have access to the finest alehouses, taverns, meaderies, in all the kingdom. Being inside of these walls, there's people gripping at the outside to get in just for those places alone to drink their troubles away. You're gonna have a fun time if that's what you're going for.
I need to find a big individual so I can flex a little bit. I have yet to be able to fight something appropriate yet.
Oh, again, I know a place that is good for that too.
Ooh, brawls.
Akoda would give a warm smile to everyone. For everything that you've done so far and for everything you're going to accomplish, you have my deepest thanks. As I said before, I'm not sure what religion means to you, but I can tell you what religion means to me. I don't think that meeting the five of you was just coincidence. I think that for the same reasons the Startographer chose you, you just may be our best bet for turning the tides of our fates. Extinction seems all but inevitable, but everything you've given us so far after even just your first few days out there, I sense promise. If there is no further request that I can help accommodate, I leave the inner kingdom for you to run about as you see fit.
Just staring at
And
this core.
Yeah, is the
She-
cord fully charged yet?
just about.
Okay.
There would be an inquisitor that comes over and gives these special silverish inquisitional seals to each of you. Show this to any tavern, inn, shop, and they'll be willing to accommodate you. As for this contraption, looks as though it's about ready, from what little I understand. And you can
Yeah.
see it's kind of like taking a few last streaks. It is glowing vibrantly, kind of pulsing almost. So you can tell just from your previous use that this is on the cusp of being ready.
Took it long
You're
enough.
going to like this.
Yes.
Strauss is looking at this, kind of nodding his head. If only we could reverse engineer this thing, it would be quite the revelation.
Again, please do not touch it. She exploded.
I have no intention.
The emotion that's on. Can I gauge the emotion on Strauss's face when he says that?
Sure. Well, actually, you don't even really need an insight check. I mean, he's kind of amazed, impressed, and he has a curiosity for it.
Tech boner.
He's not a pussy
Exactly.
yet. Or still. Sort of.
Okay.
The cartographer core would suddenly clasp closed. There would be a surge of light, and you would see a projection of strong illusionary magic that begins to form the map that you're all so familiar with, and you would get a clear view.
Oh, 98%. Oh, there we go.
And as it opens, just kind of a dejected look on his face, just. And as I promised, if you go just pointing at where it kind of would be, the island would be just about here.
Thank you. I don't expect much given everything you've told me about him, but we have to try. As for this is incredible. You can see beyond the peaks, the rings, everything. This is a window to our world, which is previously unseen. It's beautiful.
Sight to behold, yes.
The only upsetting part is there's no man-made structures on it.
Well, I imagine with the scale, it would be hard to see them anyways.
You would expect to
And-
see at least Highshire at some point.
Which, if you're squinting, like right around here, you can see kind of a vague shape of Highshire Kingdom. It's hard to make out because you think about the size of the wall compared to the size of everything else. It's very humbling how tiny the kingdom is compared to the local landscape. But it is there. It's just difficult to make out. It seems less pronounced than the natural formations of Helios. And Garrison speaks. Hey, what's that you mentioned about having a vision in this thing? Is this all we're gonna see? Is there something else?
Yeah, I will switch it over to the projection of the anomaly that was captured.
You would make contact and would assert your will to show the sight, and it would come into manifestation, and everyone within the room, the Inquisitors in the back who have been observing silently, the three before you, all of you, can see this in full view once again. And there is a audience of silence and amazement, a bit of shock. Akoda would speak up after a while.
As you can see.
Incredible. Incredible.
This is the thing that left before the thing returned. Or something came, something left and something came.
Yes.
That's all we know. That's all the startographer was able to tell us.
Is his trajectory identical?
Was it?
Yes, you'll
It-
know that it was.
I believe so.
Yes.
It was indeed.
These other startographers that he mentioned. Did he mention what they're like? Their motives? How
He
they
didn't.
would react with something like this? Involvement?
He said he didn't know their motives. It had been a long, long time since he'd spoken to any of them. So, unfortunately, his guess was as good as ours.
I see.
Rian, you are pragmatic. I think we should search this. What do you think?
Search what? What are you referring to?
Search the point of entry.
Oh, yeah. We should. After all, the startographers have shown a keen interest in such anomalies. If we were to discover where this transpired, we are bound to run into another.
Agreed.
I agree.
It seems as though we have our chosen cartographers and the set destination. Do we have exact coordinates as to where this anomaly originates from?
I believe
We
all we
may
have
have
is north, but I think we
Mm.
could see it on the map if we get close enough, probably.
I imagine a demonstration of extraordinary power would naturally have an implant on the world. It's no coincidence, I think, that he gave you this vision and this tool. This core is capable of much, and there's secrets that none of us understand. He's only given you one function of it, and one vision. It's clear that he wants you to follow this path, and you were selected to do this yourselves. However, I am not going to send the 5 of you on your own to such a hazardous location. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think anyone has made it that far north. Our documentation of what's out there is flimsy at best. And the documents we do have before the mass extinction, well, Helios changes. You will be among good company when you do set out. We'll need to make arrangements.
Is it possible to have a steel defender that is bound to us?
I may try. We'll see what becomes of our efforts. I don't believe that's far out of the question.
We have a decommissioned one if you want to repair it. I'm
Is
just
that
kind of
so?
looking at Ren, just sorry.
I scavenged what parts I could from the one we encountered out in the world. They could be retrofitted.
It will definitely be useful in some fashion to us in any way, either way.
I see.
Maybe you might even let, if you're going to build one from our spare parts, you might even let Rin help. If we're going to have one, having someone around who knows how to repair them.
Rin, I'm sure that your prowess will come in handy. Artifice is quite beneficial to constructs like this. I do have dedicated forces that know these automatons inside and out. I'll see what I can do. I can't make promises. There's so much we have to unpack. As for now, is there anything else that you can give us? Anything else missing?
Does anyone else have anything? I think that is everything.
I think you're right.
I wish we had more.
Genuinely, I do believe we are out of information. Somehow.
You'll have time to decompress tonight, I promise. As I mentioned, Any of the fine establishments within the interior is yours. But you must remain within the interior for the evening. We will dispatch our elite to retrieve Obash and ensure his safety, assuming he is in good health. Given he's been on the outside for so long, I have no doubts. We will prepare our list of accommodations to best prepare you for the journey ahead and gather the intelligence for our next move. And with that, Akoda would stand and kind of gives a very respectful bow to each of you. I understand you may not hold me to the best light, given I needed to get everything out of you that I could. But I at least hope that you can understand that so much is at stake. I can't afford to cut corners or allow things to remain shrouded.
I hope you understand our position as well.
I do. And again, should you need anything to feel more comfortable with your task as one of our finest, please speak to me and I will make the accommodations as best I can. I don't easily ask people to fight, go off into a deadly land where none have returned lightly, especially none as important as each of you. But you're special, chosen, one could say. And with that, there is a dismissing chime that echoes through the chamber, and there's a lot of shuffling of papers and inquisitors that seem to stand and congregate with one another and begin to collect and dismiss things and wrap things up.
All right. If it's a clear dismissal, we're done here. I'll get up and make my way out of this place.
I'll go ahead and I'll dismiss the core to its extra-dimensional space.
Wait, does it
It doesn't have it. No,
I
we
don't think it
we
has
established
one.
it. It doesn't.
It needs to be stored away, like in your
Oh.
bag.
Okay.
Just leave it on the
Okay.
table and just put a note on it saying "Do not fucking touch."
Yeah, no, let's not do that.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
grab it.
let's
I'll
not-
pick up the cartographer core.
Yeah. Akoda kind of gives a remark as you do so. I believe it's best suited to be kept in your hands. There's not much we can learn about it given its security measures in place. But I trust that if it goes to where it is intended to, more secrets will unravel itself. I assume this to be a favorable arrangement for all of you?
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
I did want to ask, from my interactions with the core and having it up close, would I be able to deduce any adverse reaction to storing it in my bag of holding?
I mean, that seems to be the safest place for right now.
I mean, honestly,
I'm
just
asking
see if we can
I should
summon it
maybe
out.
make
Make an Arcana check.
All right. First roll.
25.
Nice.
Natural
Now,
19.
it's hard to be certain, given the nature of this thing. However, you've stored magic latent items in your bag before, and they're never compromised when entering the pocket dimension, so you don't have any reason to think that it's going to do something unfavorable, despite the lack of certainty.
I'll hold off on it for now, just in case.
All right. And if there are no further motions from the party,
Yep.
Strauss would be dismissed. Captain Garrison would collect himself with a few of the elite and would go off, basically in the same direction as you. Akoda would give one final smile and bow of respect to the party before dismissing into the hall from which she emerged with a wide range of notes, a few inquisitors behind her, and the room would proceed to empty.
Before
leaving
Garrison
you in your-
gets out, I just want to. Are there any recruits that need a lesson or two?
Recruits? Oh, you want to set the example, huh?
Oh, you know it.
You know what? I got a lot to do around here. The Inquisition's pulling people from all walks of whatever to help out. It's kind of hard to get things done back at the academy per se. But tell you what, you meet up with me early morning, you know where, and I'll have some of them you can beat the tar out of.
Alright, we're going to teach them a little bit. Not a whole lot. Not everything. Can't give all my secrets.
Attaboy! I knew I taught you good. Look at you, saving humanity, you son of a bitch.
Not yet. That has not happened yet.
Oh, come on. All the people that go out there, I trained one of them the right way, and look what he did.
Well, time to teach the rest. Just kind
That's
of
right.
cracks his knuckles.
Garrison kind of gives a big old grin, and he would kind of crack his neck a little bit. Attaboy.
Make sure there's enough of them.
Eager are we? All right. Well, until then, you look like you could use a nice sit down. Maybe a drink, maybe a honey. Interior's a nice place.
If you have somewhere that you need to be, then tell me, but I'm probably just going to follow you.
Oh, yes. You gave me my work for the next week, probably.
Fair
I'll
enough.
Find out just how much. Anyways, I'm off, but I can sneak out early morning. We'll get a spar in, don't worry. And with that, he is off. I presume the party is going to be following out of the chamber?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fuck this
All right.
place.
Yeah, Garavon is going to let out a long, relieved
As
sigh.
soon as we leave the building, I'm immediately just messing up my hair and just fucking cracking everything.
Nishira, how are you feeling?
I just wanted to make everyone happy. And I just hope that the Startographer doesn't see us telling them where he used to be as kind of a betrayal, you know?
Hopefully not. I doubt it, though. I think he can understand having to answer the higher-ups. He did talk to us before we lost our memories.
He
I'm just
understood
glad
the
she
risks
didn't-
as much as we did.
I'm just glad she didn't. Seems like the Inquisition is a little bit more open-minded than I thought.
Appears so. Still. It was... I did not like having to relive that particular astral experience. It still annoys me. Merix, you were interested in a place that you could start a fight, correct?
Perhaps, I need to stretch my legs so much.
Well, I may not look it, but I did have friends in my academy days who did like to go to such places. So I believe they are within these inner walls. So,
Wait, what did
with
you
the
just
rest
say?
of you,
What did you just say?
he said in his academy days, you know, he did hang out with people who liked to go to dive bars and places you could start a fight in.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So I didn't write down any exact names or anything, but if you want to have like a bar near the Europasy Academy, yeah. If the rest of you are welcome to come with us, I think this would be amusing.
Which, to preface, a lot of the your estate and everything that happened with you is just on the other side of the wall. Like it's
Okay.
basically it's not actually in the interior proper, but it's pretty close to it.
Okay.
You would, of course, know of several good places, and the one that seems to come to conversation a lot. There is a particular tavern / bar / it seems to be a combination of many things. It was called the Singing Ring, and happens to be probably the one with the biggest reputation, and would fit your description.
Okay.
But it's outside the walls.
No, it's that one is inside.
Oh,
Right. Yeah, my home is outside, so I can't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because we're limited outside, I know I promised you all a welcoming dinner for my father and such, but well, you do have to obey that rule. So maybe next time. Um, but at the very least, I could show you, a place I may have been to once or twice while I was still learning. Um, hmm, I think Mayarx's interactions with it should be entertaining.
Very well.
Uh,
If we're all in agreement, lead on.
the food is also halfway decent
Mm.
for a college budget, or academy budget, I should say.
All right.
All right, so we'll all head there.
Yeah.
I presume everyone is heading out of the Hall of the Inquisition?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Very well. You would head through the hustle of the crowd, which even into the night, as it is clear that it's become early evening as you're looking out, there's no shortage of busyness that has happened here. As you would continue outside and would come back to the exterior of the High Capital.
Does anybody have any coin? I think bets are in order.
I have a bit of coin left.
Same.
Heal me up, and I think we can make some more. If they're willing to pay for a fight.
No. I certainly can't help you there, but...
I'm going to
Oh, how much
stretch
coin
a
I
bit.
have.
Heading out further into the night, you can see as you pass by the Pillar of Commandments once again across the moat. Even into the night, this divine light shimmering through the building has not dwindled even one bit. It almost provides a constant natural daylight to the building as well as the surrounding areas on the far side of the moats. It seems as though there's at no point in the day where this beautiful construct does not shine true.
Oh my god, the property value here must suck. I feel so bad for anyone that has an open window when they need to sleep.
Oof. Continuing forward, you would
Like a
make your
bean's
way.
height.
I presume the party is making their way towards the singing ring, which Garavan has knowledge of.
Yes.
Fantastic. You would make quick work to get out of the crowd from the Hall of the Inquisition and away from the High Capital, as this place has no shortage of business.
Oh, and I should say, because of its proximity to the academy, Rin, you will not have to worry about standing out. Same with you, Nishira. They're very accepting of other types. I wanted to make sure you could be comfortable.
What'd you say? Sorry.
I was saying because of this is from my academy days, they're very accepting of a wide range of individuals, such as myself. So, Rin, Nishira, you will be more than welcome. No odd stares.
Maybe. It's been a little bit.
Well, I think Mayarx will be attracting most of the attention anyway.
I want to see him get his ass kicked.
Oh, it's probably gonna happen. I'm gonna be cocky as fuck. I'm gonna go to the largest motherfucker and start a fight. It's gonna happen. He's raring to go.
Garvon will help you with the. He's very amused by this.
Merrick's is about to make a mistake. There's make no any mistakes there. Like he's going to fuck up.
Make no mistake,
Okay.
he is about to make one.
Yep.
Well, because you're going.
You would head through the nightlife of the interior Highshire Kingdom, heading through the slightly thinned out crowd as many are returning to their abodes. However, this appears to be a city which never truly sleeps. Vendors are still shouting out, trying to gain their sales. You can see that there is a cart that seems to have recently parked itself, and the back flaps have been opened, and there seems to be a bit of a mobile shop that is open. And getting a glance, you can see that there is a rough, armor-laden man that is selling a variety of what appears to be books and tomes. you would get a earshot of his selling it. Seems like he is shouting out to sell books that came, as he puts it, from the world beyond, the outside. And he seems to be very careful with how he shouts it. He kind of does a double take around and looks over his shoulder to make sure there's no guards within immediate vicinity before saying things. When they do come, it appears that he pipes down and just says, "Hey, selling tomes here."
Yeah, Garfon's going to just immediately pick. Dagny, did you hear what I just heard? Forbidden books.
I did.
Yeah, I kind of want to look at that.
Well, let's see if there's some validity to what he says.
Yes, hopefully they're not books on kobold jokes.
I hope there are books on kobold jokes.
I'm going to approach the cart.
All right. You would get a better look. It's a rough man, seemingly in his early 30s. And he has an assistant in the back, which is similarly gruff. And you can see that his armor is well battle worn. And within the cart, you can see there is a bunch of bound tomes and a bunch of survivalist gear as well. And you can see he was kind of finishing up speaking with someone who didn't seem like they were going to get anything and would eye you down and would give you a hand wave, inviting you over. Hey! You look like you're one who appreciates a little bit of information.
I am.
That's good. Times like this, getting stuff from the outside is getting tough. Wait a minute. You guys... You're not like the rest of them, are you?
Okay, looking at this guy up and down, does it seem like he's been on the outside, or like...
Just getting a look at him, it definitely seems like he has had his experience of rough encounters. So for someone who has been on the outside, generally speaking, it checks out. As for how he gets access is yet to be seen. And he kind of cracks his shoulder a little bit, and then he eyes down a little bit. They're a weird bunch.
Of course.
You been on the outside of the walls too? You one of them mappers?
You mean the cartographers? Yes.
Really?
Oh yes.
Lady after my own heart. Wow. Yeah. Well, good to see you're still in good shape too. So you know what it's like out there, and you know what still is out there. And I can tell you that we hit the mother lode not too long ago.
Gonna take a look at I'm gonna just look over the books and just kind of gauge their general condition.
Same
Okay.
Here.
You can see just by giving a quick glance over all the spines, they're in a variety of conditions. Some appear to be beat to high hell and have a bunch of mud stains and have mold that have eaten away a lot of the pages and parchments. Others appear to be well preserved and bear symbols and marks which are not exactly familiar to you. A bit of an esoteric air in some of these that definitely would line up with some of the other tomes that you found when you were outside the walls as well. There's once in a great while that you can remember from when your brother would bring you tomes, there'd be the rare instance when you would get a tome of this, and the knowledge that comes from some of these is wildly differed from what you would find on anything that originated from the kingdom itself that has been written in the past century. So it's a mixed bag, but there's definitely some that certainly catch your eye, and he seems eager to sell.
Yeah. Like, I would like to know. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab for one that just piques my interest.
Okay. Yeah, you would see one that seems to be in seemingly good condition among the many. Roll a D100.
Okay.
While that's happening, I would like to just say, would you also perhaps like to buy outside books?
Oh, we're looking to make some coin, my man. We've had a skiff through a lot of these, and well, we really gotta.
Oh,
Well,
fun.
books are nice, but they don't put bread on the table. These are tough times. The economy's crashing hard.
You are correct on
Does
that.
Shira want to
Fair
join
enough.
in?
Mm.
Depends on what kinds of books he has.
Roll a dice. That's what he has.
Well, we haven't had the chance to skip through all of them, so who knows? Maybe there might be something good. And Dagny, you would take a look at a particularly dusty yet intact tome that is bound by a very old leather strap. You would take a moment to unravel it, and you open it up. This book is empty. But you keep turning the pages and find that a lot of the pages are hollowed out, and they have a bit of a cavity in there. And as you go to open that, you would hear a jingle as 50 gold coins fall out from the crevice and would fall onto the ground.
Well,
The man would look over kind of a bit stunned. Goes, well, that just raised the quality of the book a little bit.
I'm just gonna start picking those up off the ground, just looking like I'm trying to help him.
He would get his assistant, who kind of comes from the back and steps on. Is, no.
I am just trying to help. I'm picking up a coin and putting it in his hand.
Beat him up, take his lunch money.
He's aggressively taking the coins out of you because they don't really seem to trust you. I'm assuming you're cooperating or no?
I'm kind of just shoving them at him.
Mayor,
Yeah,
just hold off until we reach the inn.
I'm not trying to start a fight. I'm trying to help him. He's being a dick about it.
well,
All right.
And Dagny, you from what little you're inspecting the book, there is a bit of a blurb still in the first few pages before the hollowed out section is apparent. And it's a quick note, and it is this old text written in common that describes how tasty the money is. It's very strange.
tasty. I'm gonna turn to the assistant. You'll have to trust me on this. Might I see one of those?
Well, we're here in Eyeshot, so here you are. He hands you one of them.
Um,
Don't lick a fucking
This-
coin. Please
I'm,
don't
I'm
lick
gonna
a coin.
I'm gonna attempt to try and see if it's real. Like, put it in my mouth and kind of do that.
The bite thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You go ahead and give it a bite, and that thing bends right in half, and you can see that there's a bit of a split that forms along the rim of the coin, almost as if it was a layer of foil.
Chocolate coin.
Is it chocolate?
You peel back the foil a little bit more, and lo and behold, there is chocolate on the inside.
That is a cruel prank.
I think you will see there's no monetary value here.
Well, that is that chocolate?
Is the
You know-
chocolate still edible after all this time, I wonder?
Mm.
You might
Who
want
knows,
to spit
maybe
that
that-
out.
Maybe that's a long lost recipe. Maybe that's something that I don't know. I think it does have value.
Or
Not
it's poison.
I
Well,
mean,
I-
someone hid it in the book. I wouldn't say it'd be poison.
Mm.
Maybe the
Look,
poison of the old king.
4 gold coins. The whole thing's yours.
Just puppy
Yeah,
dog's eyes from Mirix.
Yeah, I'm gladly handing the guy 4 gold coins.
You do so, and the remainder of the coins would be wrapped up and put into the compartment, and the tome of chocolate coins is yours.
Thank you.
And
Chocolate
as for
coins.
Gervon, you rolled a 57. Let's see.
67.
What?
Nishira got 57.
Oh! I didn't even see there was another roll there. Doi. Okay.
Heard the dirt.
Of course.
I'll also rummage around, look at your book.
Okay. And the book that you pick up, Gervon, there is a bit of a... It's just kind of a very, like... It's not a very well-kept book. It seems like whoever wrote the title did so by aggressively scratching in the letters. It seems like their understanding of common was fundamental at best. And the title in this scratchy writing would read, Red Goes Faster.
Oh.
And you would open it up, I'm assuming.
Yes. That goes faster.
It appears to be a bit of a journal, a biography almost, of some form of crazed goblin by the name of Zomo. And he apparently was broken out of some sort of extra dimension that he describes very poorly in this broken English. How he was sent away to this celestial portal, as he described it, and managed to break out. It's this whole tale about how he had this cart slathered in red paint, in some capacity used it to escape this dimension and return to tell about it.
Yeah. Yeah, Code, yeah, we both an extra dimensional tale. Interesting. This is the second interdimensional tome that I've managed to find. I wonder if they're related.
Who knows? I guess you have all the time to find out if you take it. Seems for that 2 gold coins.
That is fair, I believe. I'll turn it over.
You make the purchase, hand over the coins, and the tome is yours.
All right.
Hey.
Let me. I have
Atheist.
this ghosts. Red goes faster. I love it.
I'm the only one not reaching for a book. I'm just like, I don't
Nishira,
books.
you're kind of going through a bunch of dusty tomes, and the dustiness doesn't particularly strike you favorably. You're going through kind of a crate that has a bunch, and there's this one that's very decadent. It doesn't really seem to have age. Like, the material of the tome doesn't appear to have deteriorated like the rest. It's almost like it was made of something else. And you pick this up, and it's quite heavy. Appears to be a book that's bound in what you would recognize as dwarven metal and cloth. And the edges of the pages are a reddish orange, and they feel like hair. You would turn the book to its cover, and the cover would read, "Help! I'm a dwarf turned into a book. The book cannot be opened."
All right.
Stab it where it lays.
I see.
Kill it before it lays eggs.
Kill it before it lays eggs.
So the cover reads, "Help, I'm a dwarf turned into a book," and the pages look like hair.
Yeah, and the book cannot be opened, despite your efforts.
Certainly a strange-looking book.
Oh, that's a
If
weird
I were
one.
if I were a little bit more demented, I would say we should get a knife out and try.
I am perfectly demented. Do you want me to?
No. Let's not ruin the. I'm not sure what this is.
Certainly nothing I've ever seen.
Wow. I guess we probably should have gone through these books a little better. For that, 3 gold coins. Nah, 4.
It is a book that does not open.
Yeah, but I mean, look at that thing. That's not made of typical parchment. That's a little bit something else. There's definitely some transmutative properties to that, I'd say.
Darling, do you even know how to read?
You're asking a bookseller if he knows how to read?
Okay, so tell me what the title of this book is, and I'll turn
Oh, I
it to
can
him.
see what the title is. I don't need you to get all snippy. Look, there's a lot of things out there, and we don't know where this came from. Another story. I'm just trying to keep bread on my table, as I described.
He can't read. Holy shit.
Are you interested in this or not? I'm sorry.
Nishira, you found it. It's up to you.
Weirded out. I think I'll just. Yeah.
I can spot you some of the coin to buy it if you want.
I can't even open it. Why would I want?
Well, it might be alive. I've certainly seen stranger forms of life in my time.
I mean, if we want it, I suppose we can buy it.
Again, you're the one who found it among the pile. The decision is yours.
Is it even magical?
Yeah. Can I kind of take a closer look at it for her?
I will assist.
You're trying to figure out if it is magic latent.
Yeah. Arcana, I guess.
Yeah, roll Arcana with advantage. The stack is helping you. Christ.
23.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the 23. My first roll was the better one.
So this isn't a magical book, as in it has magic latent properties in it. However, this does show some vague signs that it has had magical manipulation, as though magic was the reason it assumed the current form that it has.
Ah. Okay. So it may not be a dwarf turned into a book, but a book that thinks it's a dwarf.
Hmm.
Anyone's guess. You can experiment with all you want. 4 gold coins. You can do what you want with it.
Experimentation.
We could name it Terrence, the book.
Terrence.
Yeah.
If you want to split the price, I'm happy to allow you to buy it, Jerevan, if you want it.
Oh yes. Okay. Let's do that. Yes.
So yeah, I'll put down 2 coins and
I'll
help
put down
Jerevan
2.
buy it.
Okay. You would each put down 2 gold coins, and this strange dwarf book becomes yours.
Wait, no. Book Marathu. That's bad.
Good.
I will try to
You
go.
also sifted through some things, and you didn't try too deeply. You just found something that caught your eye, and you found what appears to be an old field guide, which has a title which reads, "Are You Being Invaded?" A quick guidebook, as it seems, as you read the table of contents, on how to protect oneself from ogres, goblins, kobolds, and woodland creatures, which could prove hostile. Seems a little bit outdated, certainly an older tome from a different time, but provides some useful tips on signs of encampment from these creatures that could signify that your village is in impending peril.
I toss it back where I got it from.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I will say before we go to the bookseller, I will say that if you don't find any people who are willing to buy these books, you might be better off giving them to the Hall of the Inquisition. They might be able to pay you, at least.
Really? Huh. What do they think
worth
about people going outside the walls right now?
Don't mention that.
Wouldn't mention
They're gonna
it.
want to know where we got it from, right? How are we gonna prove it's... well, if we're desperate, I'll keep that in mind. I mean, there's gotta be something here they could use, right?
Of
I mean,
course.
you guys would know. Hey, you guys aren't gonna be, you know... You're not gonna rat, right?
At most, I'd put a good word in for you.
Most assuredly not.
How about you just, don't. But I appreciate, your patronage.
You said you're trying to look for coin? Or trying to make some coin?
That's right.
We're heading to a bar, and I'm looking to make bets with people. If you bet on me, I guarantee you'll win some coin. Give him a cheeky
No.
smile.
I see what you're doing.
No,
not much.
I will win. Trust me.
Son, I'm not much of a betting man anymore.
Jerevan's just gonna smile nervously on that.
The most bets I take are to get stuff like this. I'll do okay, but thank you. And good luck on your business.
Thank you.
I assume everyone is finished with business with this vendor?
Yes.
I have no
Yep.
interest in books even in the slightest, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how to read?
I don't know. My character knows common. He was a scribe. He knows how to write, but reading it, eh.
What? You know how to write but not
That,
read.
that
Doesn't
makes
make any
no
sense.
sense. No, he knows how to read.
What the hell?
He knows what he's writing. He just has no idea in what order.
What the
Oh, he's
fuck?
basically-
That makes
So
no
to him,
sense.
it's
No.
just pictures. So letters are just pictures that he's copying.
I knew that would get you.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
That's the
I'm an
point.
illiterate scribe. Wait, what?
Nice. You love to see it. Okay. I assume everyone at that point would be finished with the vendor, would bid their adieus, and would continue for the better part of half an hour towards the very far side of the interior, away from the pillar and towards the edge wall. This is more farther towards the northwest, which borders the territory that Yervan has heard rumors from in terms of his colleagues and fellow academics. There is definitely an air of ale on this area of the interior. It seems like a congregation of bars here is quite prevalent. Taverns, barkeeps, meaderies, the likes. And through following a few simple signs, the singing ring would be before you and openly accepting patrons.
Hey, now, Mayarks, I should tell you. So there at our academy, there's two general schools. There's Exectus. That's the one I am. We do things with biology. There's the other group though. They like to be more mechanical. They're so just so you know, I don't know how many of them are going to be in there, but you're going to meet people who are closer to me, but with mechanical parts.
Just kind of looks at you with a grin. Just, they will not beat me.
All right. So if
He's
we're
gonna
real
get
lucky,
shit
we won't run
knocked.
into
I'm
one of
so
my
sad.
professors. She wouldn't. Yes.
I'm gonna give a shit knock so hard. I'm gonna roll so much. Just roll like shit. I'm gonna be sad.
All right.
Well, I will help you provoke a fight if that's what you want. Should be fun. Haven't done this in a while.
All right. And I presume you're all heading inside of the inn.
Yes.
Very nice.
Wow.
The gaping maw. Wait. Okay. Sorry to break the illusion. Isn't this from Neverwinter?
I have no idea.
No, I think it's Dungeon of the Mage, but besides that.
No, because I remember that well from a. No, sorry, but this is a Neverwinter is a D&D thing,
Yes, it is.
and I know that well.
I do not know where this came from.
I know.
It came from the internet.
I know, but
Yeah, let's not focus on it right now.
Whatever. I can find out later for you.
Yeah.
thank you. Sorry.
But yeah, you would open the doors to get in, and the smell of mead and good freshly cooked food and the stench of plenty of patrons from all walks of life would be apparent. There are dragonborn, a few tieflings even, the prevalence of most of which appear to be elvish in origin. And you can spot in the corner there is even a fire genasi who seems to be chugging some smoldering drinks, much to the amazement of onlookers. And you can see there is a collection of bards on a small stage in the far corner that are assembling themselves to begin playing a variety of different tunes. They're doing a bit of a systems check, you can say, before they begin playing for the masters.
Do I recognize any of these bards?
Roll history.
Fine.
Unfortunately,
Do
none are
I-
familiar to you.
Do I recognize anyone in the bar?
Make an investigation check as you're eyeing everybody down.
Not with that roll.
Let me see. You give a quick look around, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like anyone is immediately hitting your recollection.
Oh, you're lucky, Mayerx. Later is not here. If she was, Yeah,
She would
but
lose.
you are fortunate.
She would lose.
Not everyone at my school is bookish like I am.
You would look around to see the goings on of this tavern, and much to your thrill, Mirks, it just so happens the dice are favorable. A wrestling ring is being erected in the middle of the tavern. It looks like there's a current champion that is downing a few drinks nearby and is trying to egg on a few challengers to step into what is essentially the ring, which is a little circular stone pit which is in the center of the tavern.
Just looking around to my compatriots. I do beg again. If you can heal me, I will take on every single person.
And like I said, I don't exactly have the healing capability that would be left with Nishira.
Just eyeing Nishira and Rindown just with just wide eyes and a grin, just, eh?
I'm not going to waste my energy.
We have a rest tonight. We can sleep here as well.
I mean, we're still inside the inner walls, so I don't see why we couldn't rest here.
We are here until tomorrow anyways.
Yes.
That is true.
But yeah, after essentially telling Merrick's no, I'm heading to the counter. This place does double as an inn, right? Like a,
You can see that there is stairs leading to a higher floor, so yes.
Yeah, head over to the counter then.
You would see there is an elvish man who seems to be well into his years, graying silvery hair that is finishing up serving drinks to the patron, and would turn towards you and say, "Oof, quite the interesting apparel. I've yet to see something like that." What are we having? A drink, a table, or a room?
A room. Have you any available?
Well, we have a couple. A little bit crowded this night for some reason, but you know what? Take the good business. And is that just gonna be for the one of you?
I imagine the others I arrived with will be looking for rooms. What options do we have?
Well, I got two of the smaller rooms, which can accommodate 2 to 3 people pretty comfortably. I have a larger suite, which could sit up to around 6, and everything else is to be taken at the moment. I'd recommend the larger one.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and flash the Inquisitor thing and tell him we'll take the large one.
You see, he has a tinge of surprise. By Zula, you're one of them. It's an honor and a privilege. I will put that room for you down right now. Hey, I'm gonna get some of my own to get a table prepared for you. I assume your others are here. Your group, your patrol, and I will give you a round of drinks on the house. How does that sound?
I imagine they'll be quite appreciative of it.
Of course. Anything for someone like you. You put everything on the line for us. This is the least I can do. Without people like you, there wouldn't be any of this. How is it out there, by the way? Beyond the walls.
It is beautiful, but it is laden with danger.
Ah,
I imagine my companions can tell you more thrilling details. As for myself, I require some time to rest. So, where is this room exactly?
here's the key. You just open hand toss it to you. Up those stairs, all the way down is the second to last door on the right. And again, if you need anything, you let me know. I can't imagine doing what you're doing. Really, there's a family lineage of mine that trails back. There's a place that we once had a home way out east, and there's this old rumor running through my family that there was this like it's a marsh, and there's these trees that go way higher than the others, and they have this turquoise leaves and they glow even at night, and they lived in those trees, and they lived. I wish I had the writing in front of me, but when I see you, I think of things like that. It's like we could just take that back one day if we just play our cards right, you know? I'm rambling. I'm sorry. I know you said you're tired. Anyways, a key is for you. Let your friends know that table over to the far left is for them. I will have a waitress of mine that is going to be frequently checking in. If they need anything, again, I will serve them a drink on the house, whatever they want. And if they need some food, I will give it to them. On the house.
Yeah, I'll give a small nod, and I'll return to the group.
Okay. Garvon is actually going to the guy who's trying to stir up challengers. He's actually going to go up to him, kind of give him a wave. The one near the wrestling ring.
Oh, sorry. I just straight up cut out. What were you trying to do?
Oh, Garvon is actually going to go up and talk to the guy at the ring, the one who is soliciting challengers.
Okay. Yep. There's a big, burly, shirtless dude, bald, with this very prominent handlebar mustache, and he's just sitting there, kind of egging people on. He's talking to this this dwarf who's at his chair that is chowing down into a big turkey leg, and he seems very focused on his meal, and he keeps trying to egg him onto the ring, but he doesn't really seem to be being humored. He's got a friend of his who's similarly burly with this long black mane, and he seems to be kind of trying to similarly peddle people.
Yes,
Motherfucker.
I'm going to imagine that now, but yes, yeah, okay. Sorry, that got me there.
Yeah, he would see you approaching, and like he's actively looking for people, and he sees your attentive approach, and he just kind of gives you an upwards tilt of the head, and kind of pounds his pecs once, and he says, "Sup there, jelly legs?"
Yes. So I was wondering, what are the specific rules of the encounter here?
No grabbing of the groin or beneath that. No blades, no weapons. No magic. I don't want to see any of that fancy crap. We're men inside this circle. You hear me?
Okay. Do you let's see. Are you by any chance are you attached to the academy, or are you more of an independent?
The fuck you talking about?
Okay. Well, this should be a little more even then. Mayarks, I think you'll have quite a lot of fun.
I'm just gonna kind of, while he was going over there, I'd just go to the attendant and just be like, kind of loudly just go up to him. It's like, do you have anyone that could tend to my wounds before I go to the ring? I helped on the wall and took a bit of a brick wall on me. I am still here, but I need a bit of healing before I kick all their asses.
Are you asking this to the barkeep?
Yes.
He would give you an acknowledging nod. Well, I got some drinks that can drink your troubles away, and there's beds here where you can sleep it off, but this isn't an infirmary, I'm afraid. We're completely dry on anything that can actually close wounds. As you can imagine, that's kind of hard to come by these days.
Wounds aside, I can handle them. It is fine. Anyways, what did you say, Garman?
I think you will have quite a lot of fun here.
Hey, jelly legs! You got something for me or not? You're wasting my time.
I point at Mayarks. He says, your father was a hamster and your mother smelled of elderberry.
Oh no.
You want to say that a little bit closer? You having your girlfriend do all your talking for you? What those things on his head anyways?
Just kind of look at him and just go, No, I don't think that one's big enough.
He will. Garvon will quietly slide away as Mayerx comes into the picture. I think he's ready for you. I'm laughing.
Hey, my big friend, you want to help me set up the ring with them? We can get this done faster. I can kick both your asses.
The burly man sees Garavon kind of backing away. Hey, go slip back into a desk, you pencil neck. Hey! You gonna say something to me a little bit closer? Come on, I can't hear you.
I'm just gonna get closer. Not within, barely within arm's reach, and just... Would you like to help me set up the ring so we can get this done faster? So you and your boyfriend
The
can
ring
get their
is
ass
set. Are you
kicked?
blind? We gonna do this or what?
Alright. Just kind of stretches a little bit.
That's the spirit. Come on. I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast.
That is kind of disgusting. Do you at least brush your teeth?
What? Sure. Whatever.
Man, this man eats shit. Come on.
Oh, I eat worse things than shit, boy. Come on.
Alright. I want to try and ag him on as much as possible.
All right. What are you doing?
Just,
Oh no.
barely any muscle on this one. Fuck. I thought I would get something out of him. Whatever. I guess you'll do.
Look at this. Thinks he's all that in a bag of potatoes. All that dragon stuff is good. I feel on top of the world right now. You're fucking nothing. You talking shit to me? You really think it's gonna make a difference? What did you just fucking say to me? You little pencil asshole? That's not gonna fly with me. You know where I'm from, you know what I've done. Oh, you be shitting bricks. And I gotta tell you, I got nothing but bricks on the diet, piece of shit like you, and the will kicks some ass whenever when someone like you comes around and thinks they're all that. I'm gonna put you in your place, Grandma.
Let's see if you can handle a cartographer's choice. Just gonna turn to the bartender. Whatever he's having, make it double.
With no hesitation, he looks over, and you see him reach beneath the counter. You hear him unlock a specific cabinet, and he produces a bottle with an iridescent red glass on it that has a bottle top that is shaped like a dragon's head. And there's a bunch of warnings on the side of this bottle in several different languages that you don't get a glimpse of because of how quickly he pours it. He gets a quite small shot glass and pours it to you. Just a few drips. And you can see that it comes out. This stuff is almost glowing. And it has a aroma of fumes that are coming off of it. And as soon as these fumes hit your nostril, you feel like your nose is on fire. And he slides it over you. There you go, cartographer. Your funeral.
Just kind of tip my head to the dude in front of me, just cheers. And time for my first mistake.
Just
Con
slamming
save,
that
yeah?
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, roll me one of those.
15. All right.
You feel this thing hit your chest, and it is on fire. You are able to stomach it, but just barely. It was a mistake.
It was a mistake.
It was a mistake. And you feel this heat wave course over your muscles. You feel like your muscles have been seared, as if you had just done the workout of your life, had ran across all of Highshire and back, and did it again using nothing but your hands. You are not doing too great, and you kind of sit there processing it for a second, and that feeling gets to fade away a little bit, but it never quite goes away, and you are visibly distressed. You can see that you are you turned a couple extra shades red, And you can see the man in the ring who's been getting rather impatient waiting for you. You see he's watching you with this big shit-eating grin. Look at him! Always turning red as a rose. Oh! You eat something you can't handle? Come on!
At this point, I'm approaching Mayarks.
Yes.
Just kind of put my hand on his forearm.
You would, and you feel that his arm is visibly hot. It's hot to the touch, and it's visibly red.
Just turning to him.
You really don't think before you look, do you?
If I am not unconscious by the end of the night, it was a failed night. Either way, looking back to him.
At this point, like she's not that strong, but she kind of just yanks him down to her level.
Yes.
You better kick his ass.
Oh, you know it. All right. Just crack some knuckles. Just you are my friend. We will be great friends before the end of the night. All right, let us fight. Just getting into the ring.
All right, you're stepping into the ring and are preparing to show down.
Yes, I am going. Can I use my flourish die on this?
If you so choose.
Okay.
All right. You see that he produces a bell from just outside of the ring and would headbutt it 3 times with a ding 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 with a broken sound, and it further dents this thing as he does so. And he then kind of pats his chest and puts up his fist. Let's see what you got, sissy boy!
I never caught your name. I don't think I need it. What were you
How do
saying?
we place bets?
Oh, yeah, bets. Either way.
I'll turn to. He had another person with him, right? The fighter.
Yeah, he had the dude with the mane who was basically kind of like his, the person who's trying to promote the fights.
Okay, so I'll turn to the promoter. How do we place bets on this?
Oh, you're looking to go against him? Well, really, just kind of step up and... How about this? And he slides over a stool. Place your bet on who you think's gonna win. We're gonna start rallying some additional bets. We'll see how it goes.
All right. Hey, Mayarks, how confident are you?
Just kind of give him a wink. He's being overconfident today. Just he will last 2 rounds. He seems big enough.
All right, I'll bet a gold on my very overconfident friend. I have seen him. I've seen him fare against larger and survive. So, see what happens.
And the burly man, handlebar mustache, almost fraying with anticipation, would look down at you, Mirks, says, "Oh, that's right. Name's Spitsnaw. Pleasure to beat the shit out of you."
He rung the bell, yeah? That means fight.
He did! And he's ready.
I'm, as he's saying spit snaw, I'm just gonna fucking rush him. Fucking...
Okay. Are you just kind of going for like a grapple? Or are you punching him? What's your approach?
I am grappling him and putting him on his ass.
I see. Okay, you're going for the grapple.
Oh, I am definitely more of a, hey, he's on the ground. He's pinned. I'm gonna beat the fucking shit out of him.
Alright, so we'll consider that a grapple. I believe that is an athletics check on your end.
Yep.
Ooh, we're off to a strong start, I see. Alright, let's see how he does. 1 second.
Yeah, he has a plus 23.
He rolled a 22.
You're shit. Can I? Okay,
Wow.
I know I have the option. Flourish die?
If you want.
Cause
There you go.
25.
You fucking cheapskate.
Yep.
Earning it. I'm not sure if I'm really allowed to do that like that, but we'll just go with it. Yeah, you managed to get a grapple on this guy as you bear hug his chest, narrowly dodging his arms. Which, by the way, there is a very physically viable whoosh of air as his arms move. He's tough and he's big.
Alright. So I got him grappled. Is he on the ground?
So as for grapple, you basically have hold of him, so he can't move. However, he's not pinned. That would be restrained.
Okay.
All right. And he would look to you and says, "All right there, short stuff. Here we go!" And he is basically kind of doing something of a jump, where he is very forcefully putting all of his weight onto you and trying to slam you onto the ground. And we will make contesting straight strength checks for this. You will roll. He rolled a...
He rolled a nat 20, didn't he?
rolled a nat 1.
Oh,
Nice.
shit!
Yes. The opposite.
Christ. As he goes to do this, and little more than just a girlish hop is produced as he seems to choke on himself for a second, goes, "Ugh!" and he burps up a little bit of his drink, and you can see there's a little dribble coming down his chest that's glowing. It's a bit of that drink he had, and it seems to have finally come back up to bite him. You have the upper hand currently.
Alright.
As that happens, Dagny will shout out, "Pride always comes before the fall."
Alright. Let's get him at disadvantage. I'm pushing him over.
All right, you're going to turn this grapple into a restrain.
I'm putting him
Alright.
I'm putting him on the ground. Like, I'm basically
Alright.
above. I'm gonna be above him, holding him, and I'm about to beat the shit out of him.
Okay. Let me see. So you're kind of maneuvering him. I'm gonna say this is another athletics check. It's basically like furthering the grapple, and you will roll athletics.
We don't roll low today, boy.
What in the fuck? My
We-
God, boy.
We don't roll low today.
He will make a save right there. He crits.
Fuck.
Yeah, as he goes, as you're trying to take advantage of this moment, it seems as in within a split second, he regains his resolve, and he goes, and he spits this thing that came back up into his mouth, into your eye, and that completely ruins your concentration, and your eye is burning. They don't call me spit snot for nothing! And your entire face is turning cherry red. Make a con save.
Fuck.
Oh.
Inspiration.
No.
I'm using my inspiration that I got.
11 is still a bit on the low side, my friend.
Not a nat one.
as-
So, happier.
It's not an app.
Yeah. As, you're not fully blinded, but your next move is going to be at disadvantage because there is a searing pain in your eyes. And Dagny and whoever else is watching on, you can see his eyes are progressively turning redder and redder, and you almost swear they're bleeding as this vile drink is now in his eyes.
Ow.
Alright.
Dagny just tees aside, is just kind of standing next to the bar, watching this go on.
What's he gonna
And
do?
seeing advantage, you can see he's able to rear up a fist as you have him grappled in the chest, and he says, "Incoming, sweetheart. Nighty night." And he's making an unarmed strike. It's a 19 to hit.
That hits.
All right. Let's see here. As you take 5 bludgeoning damage as he decks you across the face, and a bit of your snot and eye tear mixed with this drink goes splattering onto the ground. Dag, you swear as his snot and like eye shit.
He's
goes on
grappled.
the
Would that be
ground.
a disadvantage?
Huh?
Does grapple give a disadvantage?
No.
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 No, that's
Grapple
restrained.
just restrains his movement.
Okay.
You have to
Never
kind of
mind.
keep going to turn it to a restraint. You swear as his spit hits the ground that it sizzles on the ground in the dirt. You're going nowhere. And that would leave it to you.
Alright, I'm gonna use another try to knock him on his ass. This is gonna be my last shot in doing that before I just start wailing on him.
Alright.
I'm also gonna use my flourish die for that. Saying that now.
Not bad, not bad.
25.
25. Let's see. And remind me what this is?
I'm knocking him prone while he's grappled.
Okay, you're essentially going to kind of like get a pin on him to prone / incapacitate him.
Yep.
Or restrain, rather. He rolled another fucking nat 1. In the moment of his belly laugh, he goes... starts choking again, and being a little bit quicker to respond this time, knowing he has his highs and his lows, particularly when he's choking, you dive bomb this asshole, get him to the ground, and he is restrained as you get both of his arms behind his back, and he is on the ground. He is prone, and you're on top of him. And you can see he is starting to yell something derogatory, but his face is buried into the ground, and he can't quite get it out. As I hear, he is going to try to make a strength check. Let's rather to break out of your restraining.
That's he has to beat a 25.
What's his turn now? That is you rolled a 21 versus whatever your roll is, which you may choose between athletics or acrobatics, depending on like brute force.
Oh, come on!
Oof. As he breaks out of your restraint, and he kind of rolls a little bit around. You can see his face is turning red a little bit. He's coughing. He managed to get out of your grasp. However, he's still a bit baffled from you, and he's still on the ground prone. Leaving it to your turn as you're on your hands and knees.
Stand up, fucking just... They didn't say anything about kicks, so... Fucking stand up, hard sail, just boot to the fucking dome, just straight face.
Oh, you're kicking him in the head, too.
Oh,
Asshole.
we're going hard.
All right, make your attack roll, which is basically an unarmed strike, I would argue.
Yeah. It's just D20 plus my strength.
I think so.
Yes, you just make a strength check.
20.
That hits!
Alright, and then what's the damage for this? It's just 1 plus my
It's 1
strength.
plus your strength mod.
Yeah.
So it's just 5 damage to his head.
Yeah.
Just kick
And
him in
there'd
the
be
head. Actually, wouldn't that be advantage? He's prone, and I'm standing.
Yeah, that is advantage. You
Alright,
can
I'll
roll
just-
again to see if it's crit.
I'm
It's
just
only
gonna see if it's a
difference
crit.
is,
It's not a crit,
not.
so...
Alright, so 5 damage as you plant your boot into his forehead, and you can see his head kind of cracks back a little bit, and he goes, "Oh, come here, you!"
I'm just gonna...
As he's scrabbling to his feet and is going for just this wild haymaker punch, and he is recklessly attacking. Let's see. Give me 1 second here.
I am not gonna block this. I cannot. I know I'm not going to be able to.
The attacks with advantage. 17.
It's...
Okay. As it is 6 bludgeoning as this enraged punch connects straight into your chest, and you go flying back and you slam against the edge of the ring, almost getting toppled out of it.
I'm not gonna win this. I have 5 HP left. I'm sad.
And you can see he takes a moment to take his fist. You just hear, "Get some!"
In that immediate moment of get saw, there's gonna be a fist in his throat.
All right.
Reckless attack. I have advantage, huh?
Yes, you have advantage.
Alright, so we're gonna do 1d20 at a time because it's fucking annoying and I can't. Oh, fucking 15.
It hits.
Okay, so that's another 5 damage.
Yeah. And in the second he takes to gloat, you kind of go for a. Describe how you're hitting him exactly.
Just, he's yelling, "Get Saw!" And now there's a fucking fist in his cheek.
As it goes directly in his cheek, and you can see the slobber almost in slow motion as you lay into this full force. As he did not expect you to bound back so quickly. He thought you were done, and he was losing his footing, and also bangs up against the siding of the ring, almost falling out. He needs to make a dex save. Nope. He falls out of the ring. Oh! And you see his compadre with the long hair kind of go into the corner from which the bell was made, and he gives it a ring as a dum 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 is heard. He's out of the ring! And you are victorious.
Alright. Just hands up. Just fuck yeah.
Yay! I'll turn to the attendant and be like, "So, what did I win?"
He kind of gives you a squint. Your friend plays awfully cheap. And he looks down to see the bets that were placed, and there was a good amount on both sides. In total, you won 19 gold.
I'm gonna rush over to that guy, get out of the ring, and extend an arm down with a smile. Just.
It's been a while since I've had my ass. And he starts to choke, and he spits up more of that drink. And a little dribble gets on your hand, and it burns your skin as he pukes his insides. Everything he drank and ate comes out onto the floor.
Oh, is there a bucket nearby I could get for him?
There's one over in the corner that you spot that you can able to get him.
I'm just gonna hand it to him. It's just. Drinks are on me, friend.
You would see there's kind of a standing ovation a little bit. There's a few of the Angors that are applauding you on, and you have a moment of pride as it seems like this guy doesn't get beat very often, but you toppled him out of the ring and scored the win, and have your lumps to prove it. And his buddy with the long hair would say, "That was pretty good. If you want a special drink tonight, you let me know. It's on me. I haven't seen Spitsnall get kicked like that in a hot minute."
Ah, I already offered to pay, and I'm pretty sure the Inquisition is paying for me anyways.
Look at you, high life.
That,
Business.
I think I stretched my legs enough. When he gains his senses, tell him my name is Murex, Battlesmith, and damn is he a good fighter.
Ooh, Merrick's Battlesmith. I swear the last name's familiar. He won't forget, nor will I. Good fight.
Just
And he kind
offer
of
an
extends a
arm.
hand.
We
Yeah.
we just
kind of get
fucking-
a hearty slap and a shake of the hand.
I need to get some rest though. He punches hard.
That's why he does this.
Well, good job, Merx. Was that to your liking?
I think I am about 2 inches away from falling unconscious, so yeah, I think this is gonna be a good medley buy.
Hey.
But, yeah,
Gearbond
yeah.
seems happy that you appreciated his recommendation.
Yeah.
Also, if you do not split the gold with me, I will be pretty sad. Bye bye.
Oh, right.
I did want to clarify that as soon as I talked to the guy and got the key, I did tell Dagny and Shira about, the tables and shit in the room, and then I fucked off upstairs immediately.
Yeah.
So for the remainder of the party, actions from you? Are you having a seat? Are you indulging? I assume you're at least watching this from a distance. What are you guys up to?
Yeah, I was watching that, and I think after the fight is done, I'm gonna ask the bartender, what on earth did you give him?
Let me show you. And he would, once again, unlock the locked cabinet beneath. And you see this bottle in greater detail as previously described. They call it ring fire. You know, rumor has it that there used to be some terrifying lizard things that used to fly in the sky, and they used to spit fire that could raise entire villages. Called them dragons. Every now and again, you'll hear someone swearing that they spotted one in the sky, but you know, with everything going on now, it's hard to say. They say that they found the most vile and fiery things that they could, mashed it all into a big vat, concentrated that, and then put it into a glass like this. You know the glass here has to be rated for fire resistance. It's pretty wild.
I'm gonna wander over and just.
Like, is there any, like, writing on this bottle?
A series of warnings detailing that this is to be taken in extremely small doses because permanent damage to the throat has been reported.
Just gonna wander over. Can I have that entire bottle? Not for drinking.
No.
Do I'm not just looking at you, pointing. Not for drinking.
He kind of looks down at this and goes, "This is expensive stuff, you know."
The Inquisition.
I know. I did say. If I give you this bottle, this counts as a round of all the drinks for the night for everyone condensed into one thing.
That thing would
Sorry
make
again.
an amazing poison. I feel like if I stab it into a creature, it will fuck off immediately.
Well, I know you're cartographers. I know you'll probably find creative uses for it. I know you're fighting that good fight. Alright. There you go. And he hands you the remaining bottle of the Ring Fire drink. This is about half full. Besides, the number you did on Spit Snow over there, I don't think you'll be taking any drinks anytime soon.
I will not be sipping on this ever. That was horrendous. Just looking over at his handler. That was horrendous.
Yeah. They used to use that to clean rust off of blades.
Well, I'm
Even
going to use
reforge
it to
a
clean rust off of enemies. Like, this is poison. This is just poison.
That's right. Well, I'm sure that there's probably a couple of drinks like that around these parts that probably would be not held favorably by the Inquisition, but they're a little busy these days, aren't they? Don't have time to go around busting my balls.
Just gonna sit down. I will need some food.
Good idea. I think we should eat.
At the time, yeah, you have a seat, and of course there's a waitress who's there ready to accommodate you. There's the collection of bards, and one of them seems to be getting ready to sing as they are organizing for a special song as they retune their instruments and begin to play once again.
Yeah, Murex is done for the day. He's just gonna eat and go to fucking bed. He's fucking off. He's almost dead.
I assume everyone is going to be ordering food, the remainder?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. You would take your orders down of various different things. The waitress would hastily go away, enjoying the sights and sounds of the tavern. Another fight breaks out between two smaller guys. They seem to be kind of going light with each other just for the sake of... It seems like a friendly game between two friends, not necessarily going hard betting. They certainly aren't drinking any more of the Ring Fire drink. And for the remainder of the night, you're able to feast upon good food among good drinks, which they still happily serve you, even despite giving you that bottle. And I assume if no one has any specific actions, everyone would eventually retire up to the room that Rin denoted.
Yeah,
Alright.
I did want to spend the time while they were fucking around downstairs and into the night to fuck around with the cartographer core.
All right, what are you doing?
I would just essentially wanted to, from a mixture of like, just studying with my tinker tools and poking and prodding and shit like that, try and garner a better understanding of this thing.
Okay, make a Tinker Tools check.
because there's no specific things for tinker tools.
You would take some time to mess with this, and this thing is, despite being relatively simple, it's rather complicated once you get beneath the surface. So much so that even despite everything that you know about Artifice, it just seems to contradict all the laws you've come to understand about how Arcana works and Artifice as a whole. It turns your theories on its head. But through enough fiddling around with the center emitter, there is a turning of various small pieces. You can see some compartments open and extend, and you would see there's these strange slots that are within, implying that something could be inserted into there, as though pieces are missing or pieces are able to be added, confirming that this, by design, can have additional pieces put into it. But with the small things that are inside of these compartments, you really have no idea what they would even be. Crystals or small components of their own, it's anyone's guess, but it's fascinating either way.
Yeah, definitely occupy my time with that. And when Nishira does eventually return, I would inquire them to read their book, the book they got with me for a brief time, so that I can see if I can glean anything off that as well. By casting Detect Magic at some point.
You're casting Detect Magic?
Yeah, after Nishira returns.
On the dwarf book.
Yeah.
Okay. You do so, and there's traces of transmutative magic that's on this. Not so much that this has magic latent with it, like it can be used in some way, but more so this is the, again, as I mentioned before, the product of strong transmutative magic. Like, there's magic used on this, and the imprint of that is still remaining.
Okay. Oh, Garabon was going to experiment on that book, by see like an approximate area where there might be a mouth, maybe like pouring a little alcohol nearby it, see what happens.
Okay. Roll investigation.
But yeah, after I'll confer that there is transmutation magic lingering there, I'm gonna
Yes.
fuck back off to messing with the core.
You would do so, and through your investigation, you don't detect that there's really a mouth per se, but you kind of curiously pour some alcohol onto the cover, and you see that it, within seconds, absorbs into the cover very quickly, but too quick for a typical book. But yeah, it took that right in.
What if I put like say a scrap of meat on top of it?
You place some meat onto it, and it just kind of stays there, and nothing really happens.
Okay, so it doesn't it'll drink, but it won't eat. Interesting. Noted.
Doesn't have a mouth.
The book is a
Okay.
thirsty bitch.
Oh, you'd be too if you were insides for paper. All right, noted.
Is anyone else doing anything of note for the evening?
Nah.
All right.
I don't think so.
I think
Everyone
I'm
would-
satisfied with the amount of fights I fought.
Yeah,
Everyone settled down after a long, taxing, crazy day, having a lot to think about in terms of their place in the world and the world around them. With this cartographer core that's been in their possession and all the hopes and fears associated with it, as you would all quickly find yourselves drifting away to a peaceful slumber to get a well-deserved rest. And that's where I would like to end the session for today.
All right.
Okay.
Anyone has some final departing words for the stream or for the video?
Yeah. Before Garabon goes to sleep, he's gonna write a letter to his father, basically just outlining some of the stuff that went on since they're in the city. I assume there's some kind of courier service or something.
Yeah, you'd be able to figure that out.
Okay, cool. I'll send that along with the skull samples and the little other stone samples. I'll send those out to him.
All right. Perfect. All right, yeah, that would wrap up our third session. I hope everybody enjoyed.
Yeah, this was very good.
Final words? Anything you want to say funny?
Your mom gay.